Huh? You want to eat now or you want to wait a little bit?
Wait a little bit.
Okay. No, his arm's messed up. We'll wait till next week. We'll give it a few days to heal.
Dave! Theo can attack!
Oh, that was weird. Wind was blowing, the door closed. Ugh. I was told if I stop doing what I do, then I will get money. Oh shit, my shorts are on backwards. That's fucking hilarious. Nobody's gonna tell me, huh?
What? What?
My shorts are on backwards. If it hadn't been for Cotton Eye Joe, goofus. I'm really, excited to see that people are noticing the same things I saw. You know, there's all sorts of memes going around about the dumbass female secret security or secret service that couldn't get her gun in her holster. You know, like it was her first day. That shit's everywhere. It's falling apart. I think even like the Trumpiest of Trump supporters is starting to look at this and go, what the fuck? This don't make no sense. What we're being shown just don't make no sense. Or what we're being told, I should say. Because what we were shown seems pretty cut and dry. You know, clearly that wasn't real. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I was trying to figure out who the person that actually got killed was. Oh. What? Yeah, whoever set the alarm for 6 in the morning can kiss my ass. Huh? One of you did it.
I didn't do anything.
Oh no, absolutely. One of you had it turned on for 6 in the morning.
Nathan.
I think it's you too. Yeah. All right. So let's look up. Man killed at killed at RNC. Okay, this was different. Out-of-state officers shot and killed a man wielding 2 knives. Man killed near RNC by Ohio officers who were helping to secure Milwaukee. Ohio officers were there to help people in Milwaukee. Wisconsin. Ohio and Wisconsin don't touch. They're not even close to each other. Why would Wisconsin have a bunch of Ohio police there in the first place? Well, that don't make no sense. It's funny. You would think if I put in man killed at Trump shooting or whatever, like you would think it would just populate, but for some reason there's nothing populating. The man killed at Trump rally died shielding his family. Oh, let's read. This is the AP News. Neighbors share stories of 2 others hurt. This story just doesn't make any sense. Okay. Let's see if I can get it to pull up because it doesn't want to pull up. What the fuck is going on here? The AP News is making it impossible for me to look at this. Okay, so I pull it up, pull up here, and then it's gonna like reset. Okay, so this one story, one AP News story, was written by Mark Scolforo, Mary Claire Dale, Heather Hollingsworth, and Michael Rubenkamp. 4 fucking different news people got to get to for this one story. Does that make sense? You know, the thing that I know about news people, successful people in general, is they're sort of ego driven, right? So, you know, the idea of sharing headlines or anything like that isn't something they necessarily enjoy doing. So it seems interesting to me that this story is done by 4 different journalists, I guess. I don't even know what you call them. 3 of which have an underline so you can click on them to get an update. Heather Hollingsworth doesn't seem to. The bystander killed when a sniper opened fire at a Trump rally for former President Donald Trump in Pennsylvania was a beloved family man and a girl dad who served his community with quiet resilience, his loved one said on Monday. Boy, that's interesting. Corey D. Comparator, Comperatore, 50, of Sarver, raised 2 daughters with his high school sweetheart, while working as a project and tooling engineer. He also spent a decade as an Army reservist. What a surprise! What a surprise! Somebody killed in something sort of controversial has a military background. I don't know about you guys, but I am shocked. I say I am shocked. I am shocked. Seriously. This is so fucking stupid. It's so stupid that I'm the one doing this. Like, not everybody's doing this. As a reservist and many years as a volunteer firefighter, where he also served for a time as chief, according to his obituary. He was a volunteer firefighter who served as chief. He's a project and tooling engineer who is an Army reservist who also was a volunteer firefighter who also served as chief at some point. Boy, that's interesting. The guy that got killed at the Trump rally, the innocent civilian. Well, he's 50 years old, raised his 2 daughters with his high school sweetheart while working as a project and tooling engineer. He also spent a decade as an Army reservist and many years as a volunteer firefighter, where he also served for a time as chief. Do they often promote volunteers to chief status?
Maybe chief of the volunteers.
No, that's not what it says. It says as a time of chief. He was chief, and that's how I've seen it. Former chief. But chief of the volunteers, that's not a thing.
I have no idea.
The volunteers don't serve a different chief than the regular firefighters do?
There's somebody that's in charge of volunteers. Like
Yeah, the chief. The chief. His courage was not the loud and boisterous kind. It was the courage of quiet resilience, the tribute said. Corey's legacy is not just in the major milestones he achieved, but in the small acts of kindness that marked his everyday life. Comparator died Saturday during an attempt to kill Trump at the rally in Butler, which left the former president bloodied from an injury to his ear. Comparator spent his final moments shielding his family from gunfire before he was killed, Governor Josh Shapiro said. Of course it's Governor Josh Shapiro. 2 other bystanders injured in the attack remained hospitalized Monday in critical but stable condition, according to an Allegheny General Hospital spokesperson. David Dutch, 57 of New Kingston, is an ex-Marine who spent decades working as a machinist with Siemens USA. James Coperhaven, 74 of Moon Township, had retired after managing a Pennsylvania state liquor store. So he was a state employee, because I think Pennsylvania is one of those places that only sells liquor through its state-run institutions. I can see that one when I look down. Yeah, you. Ow! There we go. Yeah, now I can't see it. That's funny. Dutch had served in both Desert Shield and Desert Storm during his time with the Marines from 86 to 92, winning several medals, including one for combat. More recently, he had served as commandant of the local chapter of the Marine Corps League, a fraternal group. Gosh, that is strange. A relative reached by phone Monday said the family did not want to discuss his condition. Why? Why would anybody be tight-lipped about any of this? Make it make sense. 3 people watching. Come on, make this make sense. It's the same thing as the shooter not wanting to talk to the news before talking to the police. I mean, the shooter's dad. Why? Why wouldn't you want to say, first and foremost, I love my son, but, I don't support his activities. And, if anything, like anything, why would you? No, I need to talk to the police before I talk to the public. And of course, none of this shit is on film. None of this shit was caught by the hundreds, thousands of people either there recording or there live on their live feeds. Not a single thing. Please pray for the victims and Mr. Trump, said the relative, who hung up before giving his full name. That's normal, right? That's normal. The Israelis turned the family members, the parents of the hostages, into celebrities who got to go around the world meeting all sorts of dignitaries and shit like that from all over the world. And yet with this one, somebody that was shot in an incident, like in a national incident where, like this, not his fault at all, just being someplace. And everybody's tight-lipped? What is going on here? If this is... Okay, so what's going on here is this is a false flag event that's rapidly unraveling. Right? But if you don't believe that, and you believe what you're told, and you think the government is on your side and stuff, then I'm asking you, what is happening here? A former next-door neighbor said that, like most people in the street, Dutch took care of his family, from the Predator, took care of his family, pets, and property while working to make ends meet. He occasionally grumbled about the government, the neighbor said, but no more than anyone else. Everybody was too busy trying to keep their heads above water. He was no different than anyone else, said Chris Race, who said he lived next door to Dutch for about a decade. He didn't have a 10-foot American flag above his house. He was your standard citizen who was a former Marine, just concerned about his country like anybody else, just caught in a bad situation, it sounds like. Yep. That's what it sounds like. Copenhaver's family issued a brief statement Tuesday. And isn't it interesting how everyone involved is real tight-lipped? There's not like, it's not like one person is like kind of sketchy about this. Everybody involved is like, no, I'm just going to issue a brief statement. What? Brief statement thanking first responders and medical personnel who aided him, as always, and all who have offered thoughts, prayers, and support as Jim and his family recover from this horrible, senseless, and unnecessary act of violence. The family didn't provide details on his injuries, but called them life-altering. The family said no more information would be released and referred questions to their attorney. What? How does that make sense? Why would all these people be so tight-lipped and they're the victims? Shouldn't the victims be trying to get as much love and praise upon their fellow victim as anything else? This is fucking strange. Again, it's strange if you believe the narrative you're told. If you're somebody who's already questioning things, then no, this isn't strange at all. It is strange compared to, usual things. I mean, usually they have a lot more, set up and ready for questions and whatnot. Copenhagen had become more interested in local issues about 3 years ago when he joined neighbors in raising concerns about a proposed housing development up the road. According to Albert Quayle, a Moon Township supervisor and friend, after the issue died down, people eventually drifted away, but not Copenhaver, who has faithfully attended municipal meetings ever since. He just liked local politics. He starting getting into it. AP News for you. I guess they don't have, out of the 4 people that it took to write this article, not one of them caught this pretty glaring mistake. He's starting getting into it, Quay said. There were times when he was the only person there and we'd go, Jim, what do you think? Eventually, Copenhaver was tapped to serve on the township's military banner committee. So yet again, it's just another, it's not like it's regular people. They're all former military, active military in some way, somehow associated with the military. Gosh, that's interesting. Quay said Copenhaver's son is an Air Force officer. Oh, and that he's married with several grandchildren. He's a healthy 74. This is a neighbor. None of the Copenhaver family is coming out in to represent their loved one who was tragically shot during this completely random encounter. And so how did those other 2 guys get shot? If this guy is sitting on top of the roof and he's aiming at Trump, why was he shooting at other people? I mean, how do we know he shot other people? Has there been an investigation? Was the whole scene quarantined off and they put up and they did the proper investigation with this? Because this just seems, I don't know, strange. Mike Joos, Joos, oh my God. Mike Joos, who was president of the Buffalo Volunteer Fire Department when Comparator served as chief. Oh, so he was the chief of the Volunteer Fire Department? Seriously. This sounds legitimate to you. Said he led his colleagues into burning buildings and they followed, knowing they could trust him. What? What are you talking about? How does this fucking work? Like, all of this is so you can't go look it up. Like, they can't say he's the police chief and this and that, because then it would, or the fire chief or fireman, then you would be able to look it up and you know, find records. When he's the volunteer, they, well, you know, we don't keep very good records with the volunteer stuff, and they were so in and out. This is fucking goofy. High school classmate, oh, wait. They could trust him. That takes a certain kind of person, Jews said. This guy's name is Mike Jews. Oh my God. His high school classmate, Natalie Thimmons, said neither Comparator nor his wife had ever dated anyone else. Their daughters are now in their 20s. So yet again, you have this confirmation, this random person who's giving information as to why you can't find anybody else that knows these people. You can't go ask somebody, you know, their high school girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever, anything about them. Well, because they just didn't have them. 4 people it took to write this article. I don't think you can find anyone that would have said anything bad about either of them, said Thymans, 50, of Brackenridge. He loved and adored his daughters. They were his life. That's it. And so Comparator is the okay, that was the main guy. I was getting my people mixed up, my actors mixed up. Comparator, David Dutch, James Copenhaver. Those were the three people. Again, make it make sense. Why was one other person and one person killed and 2 others wounded? How did that take place? Where is the video of that? There had to be somebody standing next to either one of these guys when they got shot, went filming, probably live. So where is the footage? Apparently there's footage that's showing up of people pointing out the shooter minutes before the shooting took place. Minutes before. Witnesses recount how the Trump rally shooting unfolded. Oh shit. Former fire chief who died at Trump rally uses his body to shield family from gunfire. What? From who? Who was shooting at them? Hundreds gather to remember former firefighter, former fire chief. They keep talking about in all of the the headlines. It's he's always the fire chief, the volunteer. All right, let's see. Can we find anything more? Witnesses at Trump rally described seeing the person who died being shot in the head. Yeah, it's this guy. The guy in the red. That's what I was saying. The guy in the red said the shots were coming from behind. So here we go. This is an article on NBCnews.com written by Dasha Burns and Rebecca Cohen. Again, it takes 2 people to write these articles, 2 or more people to write these articles. These reporters aren't capable of writing articles on their own, apparently. A man who was at former President Donald Trump's rally here on Saturday described the moment he saw another attendee drop to the ground dead after being shot in the head. NBC News spoke with the witnesses. identified only by his first name, Joseph. Again, what? Why would anyone be like apprehensive about giving their name and what? That's not who we are. We are the type of people who crave attention. We do whatever we can to get attention. So everybody involved in this, for some reason, is amazingly tight-lipped. Nobody's out there touting what a great hero the person shot was. I mean, you get a couple of little statements, but everybody's being super tight-lipped about everything. And everybody who everybody who is involved is also military in some way, shape, or form. Boy, that is some strange coincidence over and over and over and over. Like, it's one thing when there's one coincidence, maybe two, but when you start talking about the whole thing is one big coincidence, the whole thing is more easily explained as a false flag operation than it is the official narrative. That makes sense to you? Get the fuck out of here. NBC News spoke with the witness, identified only by his first name, Joseph, who appeared to speak about the moment a single spectator was killed at the event when shots rang out just moments after Trump began speaking. Trump said in a post on Truth Social that he was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. How? Trump doesn't even have big floppy ears. So this bullet just, how did it? I say blade job. I've been watching WWE my whole life, and I know a blade job when I see one. That's what it looked like. Blood was seen on his ear and on the right side of his face, and he went to the ground after shots were fired. Well, no. I mean, the blood was seen after the shots were fired and after he got up. Luckily for the news, he was turned facing away from the camera. His face, the part that got hit, was facing away from the camera at the exact moment where he supposedly got hit. So, you can't really see it. They can't do ultra slow motion and show the exact moment when the bullet ripped through his ear and just narrowly missed his head, and like we normally would do in these situations. Are you paying attention to how many things normally would happen aren't happening this time? Let's see. Trump is safe and expected to survive, according to two senior law enforcement officials briefed on the matter. A spectator was killed and two were critically injured in the shooting, the Secret Service said in a statement. The suspect was killed. Joseph, as he's known, said he was sitting in a set of bleachers at the... Oh, by the way, if you're watching, share this shit, like the video, help. I'm doing the groundwork, you guys help. I just need your help. Even if you disagree with me, especially if you disagree with me, share the video. If you're not going to say how you disagree, but you know somebody that will, share it. You should give a shit about this. Joseph said he was sitting in a set of bleachers at the far left of the podium when he heard several gunshots ring out. So he was to the left. The shooter was supposedly either in front or to the right, but Joseph said, the shots sounded like they came from behind the bleachers. He said he saw a man a couple of yards away fall to the bottom of the bleachers after having been shot in the head. He said it was rather chaotic at that point, which it really wasn't. If you go look, it sure didn't look like any other shooting I've ever seen. You could be out anywhere, out in the city somewhere, whatever, and gunshots ring out and people just start running. They run away from the sound of the gunshots. They don't have to see anything. Nobody has to tell them. They just start running. In this situation, no one ran. No one ran, no one screamed. It wasn't like this, holy shit, get me the fuck out of here, there are bullets flying. Most people didn't even drop down for cover to try to hide because, you know, you don't know how many more shots are coming. At least you shouldn't. Seems strange. He said it was rather chaotic at that point as he was trying to figure out where the gunshots were coming from. He said it seemed like the shots were coming from behind the bleachers and that the man was hit from behind in the back of the head. Gee, I wonder why things are so tight-lipped now. Because we have a Kennedy situation, right? Pam Martin, oh my God, I found you again. I've been looking for you for a long time. Well, shouldn't be that hard to find me, should it, Pam? I appreciate you being here. But how hard is it to find people? So especially somebody like me. My name's Guy Williams. How many of me are there? You should be able to find me pretty easily. Why hasn't Pam been able to find me? Pam's a long-time watcher, listener on Facebook. Facebook.com/The Bilderberg Group Official. Pam is a long-time watcher, so why would it be hard for Pam to find me? If I'm not being censored, I should say. If I'm not being censored, shadow banned, hidden from you guys, then explain it. So this guy was the witness said the guy was shot in the back of the head, meaning the front of his face would have exploded. So that's why, you know, they have to keep it, because they're going to try to push the narrative that he was shot from the front by the shooter, who is off to the right or to the front of Trump. I'm not really sure. Super hard. You never came up when I looked for you. Gee, again, what does that tell you? Don't forget to like the video, Pam. What does that tell you? What does it tell the people watching? What do you think I just had, Pam? Me and Pam worked this out before we got started. And I was like, all right, Pam, wait 32 minutes and then come in and act like you haven't been able to find me for the longest time. And we'll pretend like that happens because, you know, saying stuff like that gets you all kinds of good attention, right? You understand how stupid that is? All I'm asking you to do is, with everything else, I'm providing you with a perspective and I'm asking you to tell me what I'm getting wrong. I realize that my perspective is the one that goes against the grain. It is the opposite of what we're supposed to think most of the time. So if that's the case, then by all means, tell me what I'm getting wrong here. That's all I ever want you to do. Don't be arrogant and think you're going to tell me what I'm wrong about and I'm just going to go, okay. I'm probably going to have something to say in response, but still. You know, why would you want that? Why would you want somebody that just agrees with you? You want people to, you know, hash out whatever it is and get to the bottom of things and really figure out, you know, what thing we believe, right? At least that's what I want. I treat people like I want you to treat me. I want you to find every little fucking hole, every small little piece that I'm getting wrong and bring it out. Whatever, no, it doesn't matter how trivial you may think it is. If I'm getting it wrong, if I'm saying a word incorrectly, please point it out. I don't want to be wrong. When I was told I say milk by people in California, I was like, wait a minute, I do say milk. That's something that people in Michigan say all the time. Milk instead of milk. And I purposefully changed it. My wife pointed out that I referred to limos as lemos. It's another Michigan thing. It's not a limousine, it's a limousine. I'm not so childish and insecure that I can't be told what I'm getting wrong without me, you know, or else I'll freak out. Like, I'm not that type. I want to be correct. So whatever I'm getting wrong, focus on it. Right, that's what I want. I'm not even here for the people that pat me on the back and tell me what a great job I'm doing. I appreciate it, no doubt. I want you to like the video because it helps with the algorithms. It doesn't matter to me, you know, whatever. I know I forget to like things all the time, or I pretty much figure if you're here and watching, you must like what I'm saying on some level. But let's keep going. Let's keep going. We're reading the news. I don't want to bore you with my stuff. Joseph said the man appeared to have been killed instantly. State police and SWAT team then began evacuating everyone in the bleachers. Again, not something I saw really happening. You know, you would think there would be a pretty coordinated, like, you know, and if, like, anytime you see one of these things happen, all of the victims that weren't killed or wounded are then made to walk with their hands above their heads or on their, you know, or fingers interlaced. They're made to look like criminals as they walk out from wherever the cameras can see, and they take them underneath a tent or something that's been set up so they can be debriefed. That didn't happen here. The problem with people today, they think you're arguing with them when you're actually not. It's just an opinion. Who's right or who is wrong? It's not important. It's just an opinion, not an argument. To some degree, Elizabeth, yeah. I think more importantly, it's not, I mean, it's the issue with being wrong. People take it personally when they're wrong about something. And instead of just being like, oh man, I was mistaken, because in most conversations, somebody is right, at least as far as the narrative allows things to be. Because at the end of the day, we don't know anything. We really don't. We only know what the Jews in charge want us to know. Just that simple. But, you know, most people have the issue with being wrong. When was the last time you heard somebody actually apologize for something? Oh man, I'm sorry. I didn't notice I did that. I'm sorry. Oh man, I hurt you. You know, I mean, the whole hurt and feelings thing is kind of stupid. You know, people can only hurt your feelings if you allow them to. But it's really weird how, like even this person that was been on my feed on this page for a while now, and she's been commenting the last few days. Her name is Marissa. If you go look at the previous videos, you'll see it. Marissa believes that every man in Hollywood is actually a woman, and every woman in Hollywood is actually a man. That the shooter, the Trump shooter, was an inverted woman, she said. And I didn't just go, yeah, you're right. I was like, well, why do you think that way? You know, what evidence do you have? And I started trying to ask questions, and instead of answering simple questions to try to further the belief she's trying to put out, she got mad and ran away and, you know, talked a bunch of shit. And and that's what happens every time. It's this Christian way of looking at things. You know, white male Christian, like, even if you're not a Christian, you still have been programmed by our Christian society. And the Christian society is this: believe what we say without question. And if you do have questions, it's because you're either dumb, you haven't read what they've read, or you're just a bad person. It's never like you have legitimate questions. And for me, it's the same thing with this. Like, whether you're a Trump supporter, Biden supporter, or you think it's a big crock of shit like I do, you should have these same questions. You know, I keep wondering what Trump supporters saw at the debate that strengthened their belief in him. What did he say? What was so good? I don't get it. I can't stand Biden or Trump. But I think Biden absolutely won that fucking debate bullshit. Just because he stumbled and stammered a little bit, you know, like old people do. Like, think about it. How many 80-plus-year-olds do you know that are fucking spry? That are just, they're just good to go. They're young and healthy. They don't stumble. They don't stammer. They don't fuck up their words. They're not, you know, they don't have trouble getting around. You'd think they were 40 years old. How many 80-year-olds you know like that? None. The idea that 80-something, 81-year-old Biden was doing a debate at 9:30 at night, that just seems off. Neither of them are fit for office. I mean, yeah, they are, because the idea of the presidency, the office, it's all bullshit to begin with. None of them are any good. They've never been good. You know, certainly certain ones are presented to us as being better than others, but the reality is they're all just actors. They're all like East Coast Hollywood, which is the government, is all full of the actors who can't play other roles very well. You know, they're willing to do and say whatever they're told, and they can play that stuffy, you know, I'm better than you sort of person, but they don't have a wide range. Yet they still want to be actors. So they get sent to East Coast Hollywood, where, you know, it's all, you know, dual Israeli citizens, and you know, it's crazy how many people in our government have dual Israeli citizenship. You're not allowed to have dual citizenship with anybody else and be in our government, but you can be associated with Israel. It's crazy. And what you're seeing right now, I tell people all the time, geez, how did I go from 16 people to 7 people just like that? Just cut like that. How does that work? At the exact same time, 8 people were just like, fuck this guy. Exact same time. 9 people, sorry. Like, make that make sense. It's all right here in front of you guys. I'm sorry, I was getting off on a tangent here. We were supposed to be reading the news. State police and SWAT team began evacuating everyone in the bleachers. Joseph said that he helped officials carry the dead man off the bleachers to a tent nearby, and that officials put a towel over his head before they carried him off. Man, good thing they happened to interview this guy, huh? Joseph said he did not know the man. The shooter has been publicly identified as Thomas Matthew Crooks of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. He said the man was facing Trump at the very far left of the bleachers. Oh, are we talking about the guy that was killed? It seemed like the man was in the way of the shots between whoever was shooting the gun and the president, Joseph said. The man who was hit, it seemed like he was in the crossfire. But the shots came from behind, right? Very true. We don't pick anything. They have their own agenda. It's all just lies, Pam. It really is. They give us, they say, okay, so we're going to slap you in the face with either the right hand or the left hand. Which one do you want? And you're thinking, man, sure, I don't want to get slapped in the face. But you say, well, which hand is better? You know? And the whole time you're going, fuck, I don't want to get hit in the face. I don't want to get hit in the face. And then you go, okay, well, then I guess give me the left one, because I don't like the way the right one looks. You get the shit slapped out of you. Yes, I'm leaving, but also it's 12:30 a.m. Okay. You ask good questions. You should probably explore the one truth, Jesus. Australia. I love Australia. I used to be pretty decent in Australia. Before you leave, don't forget to go grab your free download. The link is in the description, so everybody watching, you can go get free download to actual music that's about this kind of shit. But so you're telling me that Jesus is the truth, huh? Jesus is the truth. The King James Bible is the truth. Is that what you're saying? Philippines 4:13? Like, seriously, how long does that narrative get to exist without being true before people start going, hey, you know what? This doesn't look like it's true. We've been believing this bullshit for a really long time, and nothing seems to happen. Why do we keep believing this? As a matter of fact, the only thing that happens is the church keeps showing what vile, disgusting people they are. Whether it's violating children, condoning the violation of children, condoning the genocide of the Palestinian people, or any of the other bullshit that they're associated with, when do you guys wake up and realize, man, that carrot on the stick, you're never going to get it. The idea that you have to die to get it should tell you everything. Yeah, man, if you just follow the Jews' rules your whole life and you suffer and you really have to, try hard to get through this life, and there's a bunch of bad shit's going to happen, and the government that represents you is going to make a bunch of bad decisions that don't affect you in a good way, and like all this really bad shit's going to happen. But as long as you just do what you're told, when you die, woo, boy, the party starts. You get to have all the good stuff. Good night, Elizabeth. Thanks for being here. Don't forget to grab your free download. www.the-bilderberg, BILDERBERG-group.com. Like, it's just crazy. It's crazy. And then the average Jesus person, you start asking them questions, and instead of being excited that you're asking them questions and going, okay, cool, this is an opportunity to educate not only this guy, but anybody else watching, they run away every time. Really weird. So anyway, Joseph is saying that the shots came from behind and that this man was just stuck in the crossfire. What about the other two that got shot? I wonder how they got shot. I wonder where they were. Another woman nearby appeared to have been shot in the forearm or in the hand. Well, that's a woman. We didn't hear about a woman, he said. Joseph said he counted 7 shots and that both the deceased man and the injured woman were hit with those first 7 shots. He said that at first he was in shock and that he didn't know the pops were gunshots, but that he didn't know where they were coming from, adding that they were very loud and very close. Joseph said after the man was shot, he was able to piece together that it looked like the shots were coming from behind the bleachers. The Secret Service said multiple shots were fired toward the stage from an elevated position outside of the rally venue. So that's completely different. Completely different. He said that others thought it was a prank at first and that it sounded like fireworks, but that people began taking things seriously when the SWAT team began running on the scene. Except they just sat there. Go look at the video, man. Nobody is running. Nobody's taking cover. They're just sitting there watching. As a matter of fact, you can see several people filming. Like I keep saying, where the hell are all the cell phone videos? Where are all the live videos? I would imagine at least 1 out of 4 people, but probably more like 2 or 3 out of 4 people were either live or recording at the time. So where the hell is all that video evidence? Like, everything should be... I know that for decades, shows like NCIS and Hawaii Five-0 and, all those other exaggerated cop shows have been saying that they can take, if there's a scene like at a park or at an amusement park, or I think that the time I'm thinking of was down at the wharf down in California at the piers. They said that because so many people are down there and taking pictures and selfies and stuff, that they can collect all of the pictures from that area, and the computer can put them all together to show a sort of 3D image of what was going on, and they can use that technology to find shooters and find out what really happened. And this is at least a decade ago, but probably more. So again, where is all the social media coverage? This is 2024. In this day and age, people walk around with 2 cell phones. And you're telling me that there's just no videos that have... What should have happened was immediately, YouTube should have been inundated with videos. Hundreds, thousands of people that were there filming should have been uploading their shit, And then again, all of the people that were live, they don't even need to upload it. They were just live. Where the fuck are they? Where are all those videos? Don't forget to like the video. If I'm saying stuff that you either hadn't thought of, but now you're like, holy shit, or you had thought of and you were just waiting for somebody else to say it, fucking like the video. We're up against a system that controls everything. We need to show them that we are standing up. Again, go look up the other shooting victims. Their families are keeping quiet. The father of the shooter, well, he didn't want to talk to the media until after he had spoken to police. Right? That makes sense. Right? What benefit does that give? It's not like there's an active shooter and they're trying to contain things so they don't want people giving more information than necessary. Shit's already over with. He's dead. Why wouldn't you talk about that? Other than, it's an operation and you're not supposed to. I don't know what else to say. Like, that's why I keep doing these videos, because I'm hoping that people that believe the narrative come through and explain it to me so I can believe it. I want to believe what you believe. I don't want to think it's what I think it is. So please, by all means, come through. Joseph, an OBGYN, a vagina doctor, said that he told police he could help render assistance, but that police said they did not need him, so he helped with the man who was killed. I can help you. Was anyone shot in the vagina? I'm a vagina doctor. Can I help with these shooting victims in any way? What? He said the man's family was in the bleachers with him and that they were in shock and didn't know what was going on. About 5 family members were there, 2 of whom were hysterical, Joseph said. The family was taken to the tent with their deceased relative. These people had 5? There were 5 family members on the bleachers behind? Like, who the fuck are these people that got 5 of the hottest ticket in town? Gosh, that seems weird. Joseph, who described Trump being hit, said it seemed like he had been nicked in the ear while his head was off to the side. It was a second or two before the Secret Service jumped on top of Trump. This guy is pushing the narrative before it's like, and then the buildings collapsed due to structural fires. It's like that 9/11 interview that was done just afterward by some random guy. It's something you don't expect, Joseph said of the incident, adding that it came out of the blue. Saturday's was the first Trump rally he had been able to attend. It's something you don't expect, and it came out of the blue, yet he was set. I saw the interview that they're talking about, the guy in the red shirt. He said that he thought that it was amazingly open and that if anybody wanted to do anything, this would be an opportune time. And of course, the shooter, he just happened to pick the day that security and all that would be so lax that he could actually get away with it. Any other time, security is at its fullest. But the day that whatever Thomas Crooks guy, Michael Thomas Crooks, I don't remember his name, whatever day he decided to do this, it just happened to work out that way. And he happened to be able to climb up on top of this building, sneak past everyone with this large fucking high-powered rifle, lay out on top of this thing. So, he's in greenish, blackish, surrounded by a big white. He's on top of something that's white. So he stands out to the point where people were taking pictures of him before the shots were fired. And it just, man, he picked the right day, didn't he? Except for the fact that he missed. He missed. I'm telling you, if you've watched wrestling your whole life, like I have, I'm 45, and I've watched wrestling since I was a wee lad. If you watched wrestling your whole life, you know what a blade job looks like. That's exactly what they do in the WWE. You know who happens to be one of Trump's top advisors? Linda McMahon. That's just so weird. Just more coincidence, I guess.
The way politics goes in this country, it just seems like it's very polarized, he said. Everyone's just angry. I'm honestly shocked this didn't happen earlier. He said he noted earlier to a friend who accompanied him to the rally that the back of the venue, the area behind the bleachers, appeared very open. So it's something that he didn't expect, and it was out of the blue. Yet he happened to remark to his friend earlier that, man, if somebody wanted to shoot him, it sure could. I got this sense. If something was bad was going to happen, this was the perfect venue, Joseph said. Surprisingly enough, it happened. This is the guy that said it was all out of the blue and completely something you don't expect and out of the blue. 3 paragraphs earlier, he said it's something you don't expect and it's out of the blue. And then the very next couple paragraphs explain why it wasn't so unexpected and wasn't out of the blue. Are you guys hearing this? I mean, I appreciate Elizabeth. I even appreciate the Philippines Floor 13 person for at least having the balls to say something. Say something. Come on now. Thomas Matthew Crooks, what we know about Donald Trump's attacker, from the BBC News 2 days ago. Again, this is the picture of him, huh? It's 2024, and this is the picture of the kid that had, in his 20s, with zero social media footprint. You know, the kid with the square glasses and you know, the goofy, like, this guy looks like all of the other shooters. If everyone that was consistently involved, all it would take is be like 2 or 3 shootings to take place where the guy was in Muslim garb or had brown skin, and everybody be talking about how, oh, this is a cultural problem. It's a cultural problem with those people. They're just murderous, cultural, blah, blah, blah. Yet it's the same fucking goofy white kid over and over again, and nobody bats an eye at that, huh? The small Pittsburgh suburb of Bethel Park in Pennsylvania is reeling after the FBI named a young local man, Thomas Matthew Crooks, as the person who shot at Donald Trump during a campaign rally and shocked the nation. Investigators believe that Crooks, armed with an AR-style rifle, opened fire at the former president while he was addressing a crowd in Butler, Pennsylvania, leaving 1 audience member dead and 2 others wounded. The 20-year-old kitchen worker was shot dead at the scene by a Secret Service sniper, officials said. So he's a kitchen worker. So where is he getting the money to buy this gun from? In his well-to-do hometown, however, neighbors are shocked, seemingly unable to grasp how a quiet young man is now accused of the shooting. The FBI, for its part, has only said that Crooks was the subject involved in the assassination attempt on the former president and that an active investigation is underway. That's it? Who was Matthew Thomas Crooks? Guys, 17 of us here should be watching, should be taking 2 seconds to share this on Facebook. Share it with the caption, this guy's crazy. Somebody come put him in his place. Do whatever you need to do. 21 people here. Come on, guys, help. Make this shit pop. People need to be having these conversations. Whether you agree with me or don't agree with me, that's beside the point. We should be having these conversations. You can't tell me you don't have these same questions. Thomas Crooks had not been carrying ID, so investigators used DNA and facial recognition technology to identify him, the FBI said. Quickly, mind you. They did that shit quickly. He was from Bethel Park in Pennsylvania, about 43 miles from the site of the attempted assassination, and graduated in 2022 from Bethel Park High School with a $500 prize for maths and science, according to a local newspaper. Amazing how many of these articles on this have these egregious spelling mistakes. He got it for maths. There's more than one math. Maths and science. Crooks worked in a local nursing home kitchen just a short drive from his home, where staff members have said that he passed a background check and raised no concerns. Go figure. The Community College of Allegheny, or CCAC, has confirmed that Crooks attended the school between September 2021 and May 2024. He graduated with an associate degree in engineering sciences. It was his dad's, I believe. I don't believe it was staged by either side, just a mentally ill individual. Why? Why do you believe that? What evidence do you have to support that theory, that hypothesis? And how do you override all of the evidence against that? At the very least, I keep asking you guys this. Where are all of the cell phone videos and live feeds that had to be going hundreds, if not thousands of different people with their cell phones recording or live during the event? Where are all of those videos? There should be, just a bunch of videos, showing exactly what happened. All these different perspectives, all these different views of it. Like I say, it just happened to work out that Donald Trump, if the hard camera is here, Donald's doing the podium's here, he turned his head like this. And he was talking this way, so there's no footage of his ear actually getting shot by anything. I'd be so much more inclined to believe it if they would have actually killed him. But instead, what I see is a clearly WWE style blade job. And I don't know how else you can see it. I don't get it. Female Secret Service agents who clearly had no idea what they were doing. That little fat one with the curly hair. You're seeing the memes of her everywhere. I said it right after I saw it. Right after they got Trump into his vehicle, she's sitting there with her gun she can't even put her gun in her holster. That's a Secret Service agent? As a 6 foot something male, the last thing I'm gonna have is 5 foot, 9 and less female Secret Service agents to protect me. It's a woke world. I hate that term. Why do you think they have us claiming to be woke instead of awake? Why are we saying something in the stupidest way possible? Why do you think that's the popular terminology? Because it's going to turn away a lot of other people. Older people and whatnot who take that shit seriously. They're going to hear you say woke and they're going to be like, what? Don't you mean awake, young man? Like, it's important. It might not seem like it if you keep your own sort of selfish point of view, only see it from your side. But as soon as you realize that, elderly people and whatnot, the people that we need on our side are going to resist that. No dope, says the smart guy. Again, see, this is what we were talking about earlier. Whenever people get shown that they're screwing up, instead of being like, oh shit, I never thought about that, they always get offended. You're 70 and you're that dumb? Wow. She was 5'5", so she wouldn't be in the way of the photographer. That's what I've been saying the whole time. If you look at the way it was staged out, so first of all, that they even let Trump stand up is fucking ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. Man, oh yeah. The way they let Trump stand up and pump his fist in the air and shit, they didn't know if there was more fucking shooters or not. They had no idea what was going on. So the idea that they would not only let him stand up, but that there would be two men on either side, and then the person right in front of him, between him and the hard camera, was this chick that was 5'5", so it just framed Trump's face perfectly, and he could do... If you don't see that, I don't know what else to tell you. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It really is stupid. That's what I was thinking. He stood up because that was part of the plan. This was rehearsed. Exactly. Exactly. There's no doubt about it. This looked like a WWE blade job. If you've ever seen WWE, the person pretends to get hit, they fall down, and while they're off camera, they take out their little blade and they cut their forehead. Well, Trump's not going to cut his forehead. You can't say that a bullet nicked his forehead, so they hit his ear. It bleeds like crazy. It looks really bad. Why is Paul Jojo, the 70-year-old weirdo, here to pick fights? What are you doing? Look at all the other Secret Service agents, 6'5" and up. If you are president or president-to-be or whatever it may be, and you're 6 feet tall, why wouldn't you have nothing but 6'5", 300-pounders around you to protect you? That's their job, is to protect you. Why would you ever have a single female? You know, I am all about equality, but with equality comes equal scrutiny, and from a when it comes to something physical, when it comes to my protection, I don't want a female. I can show you countless videos, police videos, that show female cops getting outran, outpowered, making mistakes, acting irrationally. Why do we all pretend like females don't have periods? You really want your Secret Service agent protecting you while she's on her period? And since it's something we can't talk about, we can't vet and figure out, well, hey, are you one of those women that has really bad periods and you get really emotional and shit? We can't ask those questions, so how do you know? She could lie her way into it, and then, I mean, I just, again, I'm all about equality, but with equality comes equal scrutiny. And if you can't do things as well as men can do them, then equality says you don't get the job. A man that's not as good as the other man doesn't get the job. So why would a female, because she's really good for a female, but not nearly as good as even half the men, why would she get the job? I'm not, let's debate. The blood stopped as soon as the dude stood up. Of course, because it was just a little nick. I mean, it kind of looked like they just did one of those and splatted a thing across his face. It's just a splat, and it shot out to the side. He doesn't choose his team, I believe. That's the government. Yeah, but you get what I'm saying. I mean, he definitely has say. If the president doesn't like one of his Secret Service members, he says so when they're gone. That's simple. That's simple. That's diversity being part of being woke. What? See, again, when you insist on doing things once it's shown to you that you're being stupid, that just says the type of person you are. Again, it's not like saying woke is so much easier than saying awake. Woke is this, he woke up. It's in the past. It's not, you're saying I'm woke. I'm in the past and I'm awake. Like what? It's just stupid, but you keep going with that. You keep going with that. That's how this works. That's generally how this works. That's generally how the people that argue the points I'm making, this is how they respond. This is how they argue. It's really strange. But it points to, it's what people do when they know they're losing the argument, or they're not prepared to have, an intelligent argument. The one thing you'll notice people always do is they'll argue their own narrative. And you'll be like, dude, I didn't even say that. What the fuck are you talking about? But they argue what they can argue. So if you don't say something they can argue, they just make it up. Yeah. Okay, Paul. You're doing a good job, buddy. And I'm pretty sure I didn't call you a name. I said the way that you think is stupid. But if, I guess if you're 5, I don't know. Yeah, it hurts my feelings. Anyway, let's see. Crooks, he graduated with a... In a statement to the BBC, the college noted that he graduated with high honors and that a review of his records turned up no disciplinary, student conduct, or security-related incidents. So what just flipped him? It's like when TCAP catches a guy. I love the right angle clouds. You like that? Shh, shh. Clouds make right angles. Yeah, makes sense. But TCAP does that all the time, where like, I forgot what I was saying. It turned up no disciplinary student or security-related incidents. Oh, the guys on TCAP, when they get caught, they'll say it's their first time doing it, and Hanson will be like, so you're saying, for the first time in your life, you just happen to wake up today and know all the little tricks and whatnot to get to a child on one of these grinder apps or whatever, all the right things to say. It's your first time doing it and you happen to get caught? Boy, that just seems unlikely. And the idea that this guy he never did anything wrong. He was always a good student with high marks and all that. What flipped him? The female gets the job because that's part of the diversity hiring policy, but I like your WWE theory. Okay, but see, who cares about diversity? I want the best people for the job. That's part of this. So the whole PC movement thing that exists, it has its good parts, but it was created by and for the Jews. And when you look at who actually benefits the most from this belief, this PC police, it's them. People think that we can't even say the word Jews without getting in trouble. And they're the only ones that aren't allowed to be talked about. They're the only ones that get the 100% protections. Women still are fighting for their equality. Black people are still fighting for equality, but the whole thing with again, equality is across the board. Equality isn't just something, the good parts. You don't just get the good parts, you get the bad parts too. And every guy knows firsthand what it's like to not get picked, to not be as good as your contemporaries, so you don't get picked. And no one feels sorry for you, and no one coddles you, and no one says, oh, well, we need diversity, so let's get this bad player on the team too. That's not how it works. You know how you know equality isn't real? Because Caitlin Clark, the young white girl that's supposed to somehow make the WNBA watchable, even though it's horrible. I can say it from experience. I've actually watched it, and it's so unintentionally hilarious. It's so bad. But Caitlin Clark was offered either $5 or $10 million to come play in the Big Three for Ice Cube. She makes $76,000 a year on the team she's on. Ice Cube offered to pay her $5 million, and then I think he upped it to $10 million to come play at the Big Three, and she doesn't. Why? Because she knows she won't even be a thing. She'll be a detriment to whatever team she's on. And nobody's saying it. Nobody's talking about the fact that this woman was offered $5 million, $10 million instead of the $76,000. She'd still get all her endorsement deals and all that shit. She could become a millionaire overnight and really show that women can compete with men on the field and blah, blah, blah. And there's anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. That's not an equal statement. That's not promoting equality. But she could show that that's the case, and she doesn't. Why? Because they know. It's all bullshit. It's a way of keeping us divided. Any way they can keep the Goyim divided, they will. So they have men and women fighting each other. They have black and white fighting each other. They have gay and straight fighting each other. All that while they're conducting a genocide right now. They're literally killing thousands. They've killed 40,000 plus, mostly women and children, because most of the men have been already killed over there or are illegally held hostage, but they say prisoner. The same people that control all the rest of it are committing genocide right now. The same people that have us fighting against each other for stupid shit. Men and women should not be fighting against each other or competing against each other in any sort of physical form. The idea that used to be men, I'm totally okay with trans. You can live your life however you want to, and I think it's beautiful that you can come to grips with who you are in a way that a lot of, quote, normal people can't. I think that's fantastic. I don't think a lifetime of the advantages of being a man should just go away because you've changed your way of life. You still grew up as a man. You still, your body still developed as a man, and you still have all those advantages men have. But because we can't make those arguments in a reality sort of setting in our society, we end up with this stupid nonsense that we're allowing used to be men to compete with females, and they're just destroying them. There's not a single situation where the used to be man doesn't win. They're just crushing them. In every physical activity, they're just crushing them. Because that's what we do. We're fucking men. But again, this is all part of that distraction. If you're too busy worried about, your daughter's fucking future, your daughter who's been working her ass off her whole life to become a local champion, a county champion, a state champion, a fucking, a national champion, and then they get to this international level and they have to compete against used to be men who destroy every record ever put out, then you're not going to be paying attention to the rest of this shit, are you? You're going to be fucking too worried about real life. You're definitely not going to be worried about those Muslims over in Palestine. They're bad Muslim, yeah. Forgetting that Palestine's full of Christians, too. It's funny how the church is so quiet about Christians being involved in a genocide. But hey, pay attention to Trump. That's what we're going to do, right? We're going to keep talking about this Trump stuff. Trump and Biden. Which actor is going to win? Which actor is going to win? I don't know which actor is going to win. Let's see. State voter records show that he was a registered Republican, according to U.S. media. He also donated $15 to liberal campaign group Act Blue in 2021, according to an election donation filing and news reports. He had a membership at a local shooting club, the Clareton Sportsman Club, for at least a year, the club informed the BBC. The Vast Club is based south of Pittsburgh and is one of the premier shooting facilities in the tri-state area of Pennsylvania, Ohio, and West Virginia, and it has more than 2,000 members. Gosh, that's interesting. It has multiple gun ranges, including a high-power rifle facility with targets up to 171 meters away. The club's owner, Bill Salito, told the BBC that the shooting was a terrible, terrible thing. Access to the club is tightly controlled, with only members allowed inside the sprawling facility. Obviously, the club fully admonishes the senseless act of violence. Attorney Robert S. Bootay, the third, Bootay, his last name is Bootay, who represents the organization, told the BBC. Law enforcement officials believe the weapon used to shoot at Donald Trump, an AR-style rifle, was purchased by Crook's father, according to investigators. It is unclear how the weapon came into his son's hands, although there is no suggestion that the father had any inkling of what was to take place. Speaking on condition of anonymity, 2 officers told AP that Crook's father bought the weapon at least 6 months ago. 31 people here, we should have more than 3 likes. Come on, guys, help out. Fuck this algorithm, help us get past the censorship. That's what this is about. I need your help. Authorities say Crooks purchased a box of ammunition containing 50 rounds on the day of the rally, reports CBS, the BBC's news partner. Police sources have told CBS that he purchased a ladder at Home Depot before the shooting, although it is unclear if he brought it with him. I mean, if I have to believe this guy walked around the rally or near the rally with a fucking orange ladder and a rifle, come on, they're gonna have to let that one go, right? According to U.S. media reports, Crooks was wearing a t-shirt from Demolition Ranch, a YouTube channel known for its guns and demolition content. The channel has millions of subscribers featuring videos on different guns and explosive devices. Man, almost like the shooter wanted there to be all kinds of crazy gun legislation that came because of his senseless act of violence. I mean, you know, at the point where the sniper sees him, why doesn't the sniper shoot the gun? Why doesn't the sniper shoot the gun, shoot the guy in the leg, do something to prevent him from being killed so we can get his full side of the story? Because that's not how this works. Thanks for the likes, guys. Appreciate it. We're up to 5. Woohoo! That's good. I might sound sarcastic, but I'm not. I really appreciate it. The day after shooting, law enforcement sources told CBS that suspicious devices were found in Crooks' vehicle. Suspicious devices! According to CBS, the suspect had a piece of commercially available equipment that appeared capable of initiating the devices? What the fuck does that mean? Bomb technicians were called to the scene to secure and investigate the devices. And then that's it. We don't get any sort of update on what the fuck that happened after that. What was his motivation? Having established Crook's identity, police and agencies are investigating his motive. So far, they have been unable to identify one. Surprisingly, he didn't have some sort of manifesto written. Geez, that's weird. Did somebody forget to do their job? Normally, when they do these things, there's a manifesto. Maybe we still have time for it to be found. On July 15th, the FBI said its forensics experts have successfully accessed Crook's phone and they are examining it and other digital evidence for clues. Again, where is this guy on social media? Everything is sketchy as fuck. Yes, it is. But it's important that we talk about it. The system wants us to just leave it all alone and let it go, but that's what we always do. You know, they make fun of, this is one of those situations that the society that hates bullying will totally be okay with people bullying. You know, as soon as you start saying, hey, did you notice this? Or did you see, oh, you're just a conspiracy theorist. I get to bully you now. And everybody will be like, that's okay. He doesn't believe like we believe, so it's okay to bully him. It's really strange how that always works out that way. But it's also, it fits. Like if you look at what's going on and you just entertain my crazy narrative that it's all about Israel, it's all about the Jews, it's all about the conspiracy, you'd be surprised how well the narrative fits. It doesn't really fit anything else. But it does fit the way that I kind of think it works. And I'm more than happy to explain it, Let's just get that like count up a little bit. I like playing this dumb game. I hate when people say that shit. I really hate when people do that on live feeds, but I get it. Because I know that most of the time when somebody says that, I'm like, oh yeah, shit, I forgot to like it, even though I wanted to. Because a lot of times we get lost in it, we forget to hit the like button, but it really does help. It means more people will see the video. The more likes it has, the more people will stumble across it. And that's what we need to happen right now. The inquiry into what took place could last for months as investigators would work tirelessly, in quotes, tirelessly, to identify what Crooks' motive was. Kevin Royjek, the FBI Pittsburgh special agent in charge, said on the day of the shooting. Speaking to CNN, Crooks' father, Matthew Crooks, said he was trying to figure out what the hell is going on, but would wait until I talked to law enforcement before speaking about his son. How does that make sense to anybody? If the kid's already dead and the thing's already over, there's no active shooters to protect, there's nothing like that. What is the reason why he wouldn't say, why he wouldn't talk about his son? What motivates that? As a father, you're gonna say, he's a really good boy, I love my kid, I don't understand this is unlike him and blah, blah, blah. The last thing you're gonna say is, well, I'm not gonna speak until I talk to the police first. And it's just so interesting how that's how it is with everybody. The two people that were supposedly shot, the ones that survived, their families are being tight-lipped. And any more questions about what was going on can be directed through the attorney. Like, what are you talking about? You're not going to talk about what a great fucking person that guy was, your family member was, who's now fighting for their life? You're not going to praise this person and all that? No, don't talk to me. What could you possibly have to hide that you would be worried about? I don't understand. Speaking to Crooks' family is cooperating with investigators, according to the FBI. Citing 3 law enforcement sources, CBS has reported that his father called police after the shooting, although the nature of that call is still unclear. What? Why would his father have called the police after the shooting? He didn't know who it was. He didn't know his kid was doing that shit. Where would he have gotten, I think my son's the one that, what are you talking about? And when did he call after the shooting? Was it right after the shooting? Like, okay, it's done, now what? Like, what's going on here? In total, more than 100 interviews have so far been conducted. And they still don't know shit, huh? 100 interviews and nothing? Police sealed off the road to the house where Crooks lived with his parents. The search of the residence was completed on July 15th. What about the other people that live there? A neighbor told CBS that officers evacuated her in the middle of the night with no warning. In the middle of the night with no warning? Before or after? That seems like that's a pretty important question, don't you think? This is really fucking strange, don't you think? Come on, people. I need you guys to partake, to engage in this conversation, because I'm starting to think it looks like this is all really obvious, and obviously this is another false flag. So I know a lot of you believe that, looking for Trump supporters, looking for Israel supporters. I know you guys are out there, so let's hear what you have to say. Don't forget to like the video. A neighbor told CBS that officers of Bethel police said there was a bomb investigation surrounding Crooks' home. But we're not going to go any more into that. Access to the area remains controlled with a police vehicle blocking entry to the street in front of the house. That's not how this works. Remember the San Bernardino shooting? Remember when 2 Arabic people supposedly left a party, took their newborn kid to somebody else's house, went back to the party, shot the place up, happened to escape, and then decided to come back to the town and drive around in a vehicle, a black SUV with headlights that that went, that flashed left and right, beep, 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 where they ended up in a shootout with police. Well, where they ended up stopping the vehicle, putting handcuffs on behind their own backs, getting in the back of the vehicle, and then having a shootout with police where they were killed. Of course, that footage was it was filmed by all sorts of people, all sorts of media location, on site and all that, but they didn't show it initially in case there was extra shooters or there was any more involved. They didn't want to give anybody a heads up. But then after that was all cleared, that footage was never released, but the news was allowed to go into the shooter's house, show their license, their social security card, all this shit. Remember how well the news they just had access to everything they wanted when it came to those Muslim shooters? Yet this guy was, the whole street's blocked off. Strange. You would think in a situation where it's cut and dry and there's a bad guy and blah blah blah, that there would be more transparency here. On Tuesday afternoon, yellow police tape could be seen strung up in front of the residence. The BBC had a clear view of the back of the residence but could not see any movement inside. Other residents have been allowed in or out of the street. Only residents have been allowed in or out of the street. Law enforcement. So can you imagine every time you come home to your house, you have to show ID and shit? Law enforcement sources told CBS that they believe there was some degree of planning ahead of the shooting. I mean, again, how could there not be planning? But at the same time, he just happened to plan it for the day that the security was going to be really shitty. Thank you. How much time was spent in that planning, however, remains the subject of an ongoing investigation. Police believe Crooks acted alone, but are continuing to investigate whether he was accompanied to the rally. How did he get to the rally? His car? Did they investigate his car? I don't remember. Did they say? Was that where they found device? Yeah, they said they found devices in his car.
Dad, you ever use Wall?
No.
It's good.
I know. So far, okay, so now it's what kind of person was he? So far, a confusing and at times conflicting picture has emerged of who Crooks was as a person. Crooks, the crook. And of course, they're covering the bases already. Like, it's confusing and conflicting. What 20-year-old today has no fucking social media accounts? No Facebook, no IG, no nothing. Where is this kid's social media imprint? Where's his footprint? We all have one. Speaking of which, everybody on here needs to be investigating Project Nimbus. I know we're taking a little sidestep here, but Project Nimbus is one of the scariest things that exists right now. When you combine it with Project Pegasus, it's even scarier. But the Pegasus technology is this Israeli tech that they sell to governments that allows governments to access people's phones, emails, all that stuff without any sort of, remotely. They can just do it from wherever they are. The Pegasus software can go in, crack your device, and get whatever they want. I said it the whole time, but it's only recently started to come out that the Pegasus software had a back door for the Israelis to get in. So all of the different governments that bought and implemented this technology gave Israel access to all of those same cell phones and all that stuff. But Since 2019, Project Nimbus has been in effect. And go figure, 2019. Anything significant happen in 2019? I don't know. But it's a multi-billion-dollar contract between the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, and Google and Amazon. What could the IDF possibly want with Google and Amazon? Google and Amazon repeatedly say, no, they just use the technology for analyzing data and you know, nothing nefarious is going on. While the Israelis are literally bragging that they're using this technology in real time to effectively win the war. You guys understand what's going on? It just so happens that the day before Wired releases this huge fucking story. This is huge, and Wired seems to be the only news agency actually talking about it. But the day before this story is released, the fake Trump shooting happens, which takes over the fucking news. Bruh, you cannot string two sentences together. Bruh, you cannot string two sentences together. I can't even begin to, like, cannot is not a word. You're lazy. You can't even write out you. And you actually type out bruh. So you must say it constantly. Okay. Wow. This is exactly what I'm always saying. Like the level of stupid you have to be to oppose the things I'm talking about. Considering I'm not somebody with a blind agenda. You know, I'm not a Christian, I'm not a Muslim, I'm not a Republican, not a Democrat. I'm not any of these labels that they give us. What I'm saying is much more likely to be truth, whether you like it or not. And to think that, like, you know, I'm literally reading what the news says, and this guy is so bothered and determined to distract that he has to say something, and that's the best he could come up with. That says everything. Anyway, speaking to a local news outlet, KDKA, some young locals who went to school with him described him as a loner. There's that word again. The news did nothing but describe him as a loner. Loner. I wish somebody would do one of those compilation videos. You know, the taxes are going to take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year. Well, that whole bullshit. If you haven't seen that, you should look it up. Bro just yapping. Yeah, that's what it must be. Sorry, should I be talking about shoes? Would you prefer it if I was talking about shoes? Or like my chain, my wrap chain, my gold chain, my bezel, my grill? Would you prefer that? Probably had his morning Pookie hit and had to hop on the live to rant. Yep, that must be it. That must be it. Not reading what's going on in the actual news or anything. It's only BBC.com. Yeah, must be it. So are you the Trump supporter or the Israel supporter, or both? On a scale of 1 through 10, how high are you? Why would it matter? Like if I'm super high and I'm not making any sense, why can't you actually point to something that I'm saying that isn't making sense? Why do you have to go to this desperate place? I mean, this is supposedly the 420 podcast is supposedly going to focus on somebody being high, like that's a negative? And again, shouldn't that make things easier for you? This is what I get, man. I'm telling you. Don't actually address what I'm talking about. Argue your own crazy narrative. That's all I ever get. And considering I'm the one that's speaking out against the narrative, it should be so much easier for you to just come in and smash what I'm saying. You shouldn't need to go to such desperate, stupid places. But this is what always seems to happen. Because you BC, you yapping, bro. I hopped on like 1 minute ago. IDK, what you talking about? So you were only here for a minute, less than a minute. You don't know what's being talked about, but you needed attention so bad that you had to speak up. You couldn't sit there for a few minutes and grasp what the point is, especially considering you can, I hope, you can read the description, you can read the title of the video. You would think you would have a better hold on things than to be like, I don't understand what's going on after a minute, so you're bad, not me. Come on. LOL. If you're blind and deaf, that might be why it's so hard to find. What is this? See again, what is this camera angle? Like this is what people will talk about. They're not going to talk about what I'm saying. They're just desperately trying to, I don't know, validate themselves, or maybe it's maybe it's they're working and they have a job to do. But it's so weird how stupid people can be, man. I'm talking about the conspiracy side of things, about an event that just happened, and I'm reading you the BBC News. For you to not be able to come up with something more intelligent to say really says a lot about you. Tim Bro just got a high. Tim Bro just got a high. Okay. Honestly, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing for me because I would hope that I would be able to bring about better. I would hope that if somebody was going to disagree with me, they would be more intelligent and I would have a more intelligent opposition. It's kind of embarrassing that the opposition I have is this dumb nonsense all the time, and it's like, what's the point? Why not just respond to the dumb comments? Why not just not respond to the dumb comments if you're looking for something with substance? Well, because I'm definitely not going to get accused of ignoring comments. And the things people say, there's going to be more than one dumbass thinking the same thing. So addressing those comments it's a necessity. It's a part of it. I'm not just here for people that support me. I say it all the time. I'm not here to get pat on the back and told what a great job I'm doing. I'm here for people that disagree with me to tell me what they disagree with me about. I'm here because I want to be right about shit. And if I'm getting something wrong, I want to be told what I'm getting wrong. So, it just happens to be that this is the only opposition I ever seem to come across, is this really stupid nonsense. Did you even graduate high school? 'Cause it matters. I feel like you dropped out and currently live off the government. Okay, whatever you need to tell yourself. Again, anything but addressing what's actually being said, right? Not only do you not address what I've been saying so far, but you can't even address the comments directed directly towards you. You're looking for something in the wrong place, buddy. What? Looking for something in the wrong place. Okay. You haven't said anything flat out since I've been here, so say something and I'll let you know if I disagree. Well, how about this? How about you go fuck yourself, because this is my feed and I'll do however I want to. Like, it's so silly. You must be a white guy. You must be a Christian white guy who probably supports Trump, and that arrogant sense of entitlement you guys have is just unbelievable. Am I Jewish? Fuck no. I would do the world a favor if I was. If I was Jewish, I would actually, I would leave that cult in the quickest. You know, regardless of the advantages and all the good parts that come with it, I wouldn't be a part of such a horrible, horrible cult. So there, I hope that's it. He just been yapping. Are you gay? Nope. Nope. Wish I was. It'd be a lot nicer if I was, but nope. What is the point? You want people to disagree with you. You just come in and say, hey, I'm a Trump supporter. Hey, I'm a Trump supporter. Well, that's a start. That's a better start than your crybaby pay attention to me stuff. If you were to just come in and said, hey, I'm a Trump supporter, I think this or I think that, or if anything, all of you, 30-second attention span people, if you just gave it a minute and didn't try to distract from what the video was about, you might be able to find something. But because you need attention so much, this is how it works out. Let's see. Big mad. Yes, I'm big mad. I'm 5 and I say things like I'm big mad. Complaining about people not responding to his arguments, but refuses to restate his argument. So you think I have one argument, and you think because you say so, I should stop what I'm doing and address you because you are so important. Yeah, you must be. Give me a point to debate. You quite literally haven't given anyone a single thing to debate. Right, because I've been addressing you fools for a minute. I'm reading the BBC. And again, if you weren't so arrogant and entitled, you'd be able to sit there and listen for a minute instead of just trying to get attention. I've heard more bigoted, hateful things from you than any Trump supporter ever has. Bigoted, hateful things. I absolutely hate genocide. I absolutely hate supremacy. You are right. I am very proud of my anti-supremacy. So if that's what you're trying to say, yeah, I'll absolutely embrace that. Supremacy, genocide, I don't know what else you wanted, but yeah, when we're talking about that, that's incredible. Now, to think if somebody was actually, raised in the cult and left it and was like, no, I don't agree with this supremacy and I think it's horrible and I want to change things. I believe we're all here. We're all equal. Then I have more respect for that person than anybody else. I just never meet those people. Let's see. Your video hasn't been about anything except you reading comments and complaining. Yep, that's what it is. Because it's just been going on for 5 minutes. Why did you start a video, not debate anything, and then get annoyed that nobody is disagreeing with you? Yep, that's what's happening. No one here knows what's going on. Right, because you've been here for 2 minutes, and you think you should have it all figured out. We can listen to what you have to say unless you get back to your topic, big boy. Are you anti-Jew? Absolutely. You say you hate the Jews, but you hate the Jew. You say you hate that, but you hate the Jews. Yes, I hate any sort of cult belief structure, anything like that. I hate all of that shit. I'm proud of hate. Like, you have to understand that thank you. Hate is just a 4-letter word that a 4-letter sound that we've decided encompasses a large group of emotions, just like love, just like, lots of other examples. But hate is people can hate broccoli. People can hate World War. People can hate lots of things. And to tell me that I shouldn't hate anything, especially when it's a supremacist cult that controls everything and calls us goyim, keeps us beneath them and looks at us as goyim, no different than dogs, cats, or anything else. Yeah, I hate that. I have a problem with that. Proud to hate. He says he's anti-genocide. Yep. I don't think you have to kill stuff if you hate it. Perfect. Good to know. You have proved what side is hateful. I've proved what side is hateful. Wow, this dude on Vag good. No, people dislike broccoli and then exaggerate. Hate is a different thing. Oh, so now you want to play semantics? Because your definition of hate is not the definition of hate. Hate is a term used to describe a wide range of emotions, and people throw that term out quite a lot. They say things, I hate broccoli. Some people actually hate it. I have a friend who wouldn't eat broccoli if you paid him. Let's debate anytime. If you have something important to say, then say it. Hateful, yeah. I absolutely hate it. I am proud of my hate. I am proud to hate all religion, all Jewish control schemes, whether it's Christianity or Islam or any other Jewish controls. I hate them all. They're designed to keep people stupid, to keep people self-policing themselves, to keep people, believe. The idea that Christians think that Jews are God's chosen, a completely different religion that looks down on them, that those are God's chosen favorite people, is just mind-blowing. There's a definition, and then there's how the word is colloquially used. Yeah, okay. Again, how you choose to view it, I don't care. I'm very proud of my hatred. I don't think you can love things without hating things. And again, love is just another one of those words. But can we get back to it? Oh, let's see. Speaking to the local news, described him as a loner who was frequently bullied and sometimes wore hunting outfits to school. You are a Trump Israel supporter. Well, go fuck yourself. There you go. Another former classmate of his, Summer Barkley, cast him differently, telling the BBC that he was always getting good grades on tests and he was very passionate about history. Anything on government and history he seemed to know about, she said, but it was nothing out of the ordinary. He was always nice. There you go. Completely different stories. She described him as well-liked by his teachers. Others simply remembered him as quiet. He was there, but I can't think of anyone who knew him well. One former classmate who asked him, remain nameless, told the BBC, he's just not a guy I really think about, but he seemed fine. Gosh, it's strange how it's always that same narrative. Another classmate who similarly did not want to be identified. Gosh, why are all these people that are involved in this so tight-lipped? Why are so many not wanting to be identified? What would be the reason? It just doesn't make any sense. The people that were supposedly shot, their families are all tight-lipped. The shooter's family is all tight-lipped. Everyone is really, really tight-lipped about this, and it doesn't make any sense. So what you're saying is, if somebody starts their comments with, so what you're saying is, they're already arguing their own narrative. But let's entertain it. That you would join the brown shirts in 1939, that's sad. Yeah, sure, that's what I'm saying. Duh. Sorry, I know what Semitism means. Semitism is the belief or predisposition to show Jews favor. And I don't believe anybody deserves favor, especially not some supremacist, racist cult. I hate to use the term racist, but it's what people know. It's much more supremacist. A supremacist cult. Anti-Semitism means you oppose supremacy. That's all it means. That's all it means. That's what it was coined for in the 1880s when it was first used came up, just like everything else, because there's that whole Tartaria narrative that I don't want to get into, but is obviously true. But it was first coined as a term to oppose the supremacy that existed, the Semitism that existed. So, it is what it is. FBI telling them to shut their mouth. Well, I thought you disagreed with me, dude. Bro, your accusations are baseless. How do you get "you're wrong" in that? Usually people get "you're wrong" when they're like when they get the Y-O-U apostrophe R-E. Usually they put Y-O-U-R when they're supposed to put that. But you actually put Y-O-U-R-E when you meant to say Y-O-U-R. That one doesn't happen very often. My accusations are baseless. Which accusations are, instead of saying blanket nonsense, be more specific. Tell me specifically what I'm getting wrong, Goofus. Come on. Don't make this so easy for me. Let's see. Another classmate who similarly didn't described him as intelligent, but a little weird. Staff at Angelo's Pizza, a restaurant in Bethel, told the BBC they were familiar with Crooks. What about the place where he worked? This dude's so smart he should run for office. Then I have to ignore baby rape and all that shit. And that's absolutely not my style. You don't get to be in office unless you ignore a lot of shit. People get dumber listening to your nonsense. There it is. That typical thing. So now, because they're not doing well in attacking me, now they're going to try to attack the listener. Because you're getting dumber having me read the BBC. I mean, come on. Stop making this so easy. What are you doing that you're walking around, bro? Sit down. No, I'm good. I'm good. You can, if you want to watch somebody sitting down, go find somebody sitting down. Good luck getting somebody sitting down that's talking about the same things, but hey, you can have it your way. No, it's your anti-Jew BS. Yes, what is? I absolutely have it. I am very much opposed to Judaism, Christianity, Islam, all that bullshit. It's all bullshit. Sorry. Why do you need me to believe what you believe for you to feel secure and happy? You ever wonder that? Why do these super religious people, especially the Jews, need me to believe in their shit? So they can be seen as superior? I feel like there are a handful of people in all religions that promote hate, which sucks. That's just not true. The thing that people don't want to talk about is the fact that Jews they call us, non-Jews, goyim. You don't believe me? Go look. Right after Kanye did his job, he was working. He wasn't going against he did what he was told. Ari Shafir released a comedy video, a comedy special. And he opens the special by explaining to you that when Jews refer to you as goy, which they all do, goy, goyim, that it's awful. They're not being nice. But what they believe is that they are superior to us. And by saying goyim, goy is anything that isn't Jewish. So again, us, dogs, cats, sheep, cows, pigs, insects, chairs, we're all on the same level to them. They are superior to all of us. Oh, we got some big ones here. There are multiple definitions of Semitism. You are selectively defining what anti-Semitism means to you personally, claiming you are an anti-Semite based on an antiquated definition of anti-Semitism as well. The fact is, what's even more crazy is that a word existed, right? For over 100 years, it was anti, A-N-T-I, capital, or hyphen, capital S-E-M-I-T-I-S-M. In 2021, after I'd been making, for years been telling people to look up the definition of Semitism, it's not my definition, it's the definition. Semitism has two definitions. The first one is people who speak the Semitic language. So that's all of them. That's Palestinians and Syrians and Lebanese and Iraqis and Iranians and even Egyptians and Northern Africans. These are all Semitic people. The second part of the definition is the predisposition or belief to showing Jews favor. It's what it is. It's their definition. So in 2021, they, quote, decided that not only would they change the spelling of anti-Semitism from ANTI-SEMITISM to ANTI-SEMITISM, they're going to backdate all the literature, everything, the amount of effort that goes into changing the spelling of a word. Have you ever heard of that? Have you ever heard of anything else being officially changed like that? Well, the reason they gave is because they didn't want us Goyim thinking that anti-Semitism, because it was two words, was opposing something called Semitism, that Semitism was a thing. They want you to think that Semitism isn't a thing. That's how desperate they are to keep you in the dark. Instead of being able to explain it, they say, oh, well, you just shouldn't know that. And this is how they do everything. This is how it is when it comes to everything Israel, everything Jewish. They don't deny anything. They don't deny that they've killed 40,000 innocent women and children, mostly women and children. They don't deny it. They tell you you're not supposed to talk about it. And that's how they do everything. They just tell us that we're not supposed to talk about these things. They don't try to quell your concerns or answer any questions or encourage you. Hey, I know you have some feelings and thoughts that may not be true, so I want to make sure you understand things. So ask me any. They're not like that. They tell you that you need to believe what they tell you or else. And this notion of I'm just selecting a definition of Semitism. No, I'm fucking not. It's the Webster-Merriam definition of Semitism. Good luck finding it. You put in Semitism definition, you're gonna have to scroll through about 4 or 5 pages of anti-Semitism shit before you're actually allowed to see what Semitism means. Because they hide it from you. Because they don't want you to know. Goyim, you didn't even pronounce it properly. Yeah, okay, because I'm worried about your dumbass pronunciation. It's one of those words that's collectively spelled differently, depending on who you get it. It's either Goyam or Goyim. But yeah, Goy is the short, and you refer to us as Goy. LOL, nobody needs you for validation. You're asking questions and won't listen to answers. I won't listen to answers. First of all, nobody is speaking to me. Secondly, nobody's given me any answers, but I am reading everything. So I'm trying. You're just not saying anything. I thought this was going to be a boomer Zionist Trump stream. This is much better. Right on. Please share it. Don't forget to like the feed and share it, man. The more people that we can get having this conversation, the better. I'm still waiting for somebody to come in and make a statement that show me what I'm wrong about. I've seen the typical nonsense telling me I'm not supposed to be saying these things, but nobody's telling me I'm wrong. Why are you offended that they believe they're superior? Sounds like you need somebody else's beliefs to change to feel secure. That's what it sounds like. That I'm insecure because the people that control the world look at us in a really bad light and I don't like it. Boy, you are desperate at this point, aren't you? You didn't say no to brown shirts, so we know what you are in 1939. How about this? How about this bullshit idea that during the Holocaust, the Jews had to wear armbands or badges to identify themselves? Why didn't they just take off the armbands? Why didn't they just take off the badges? Why would they, what would be the point of wearing the shit that's identifying you, especially if so many people around you are just disappearing and not coming back? The Holocaust wasn't even a thing until afterward. Nobody was talking about Holocaust until afterward. Somehow nobody noticed. Trump 47th POTUS. Oh, okay. I agree with Tim. Why should it matter what they believe? Let them. Won't make it true, would it? It's not about it being true or not. It's about who controls our perception. Who controls Hollywood? Who controls the money? Who controls the government? Who controls the law? Who controls the media? All of the places where we get our narrative from, they control it. And I don't need it to directly affect me for me to care about it. So just like I can't stand the church for violating children, even though I've never been violated, the idea that the Israelis are committing genocide right now, murdering a bunch of innocent people, mostly women and children, I have a problem with that. I'm not arrogant and selfish like you, where this doesn't affect me, so I need to feel secure. You're arguing, again, your own narrative. You're arguing your own perception. And I guess that's why you argue stuff, because you're insecure or whatever. I don't fucking know. But for me personally, it doesn't matter who's doing it. If it's something horrendous, I have a problem with it. It's okay though, you'll be forced to make a decision soon. Because he hates them. Yep. He's being obviously hypocritical because he's saying he is against religion, but he has obviously made something his God. See, again, this is what I mean. This is what dumb does, right? Dumb argues their own narrative. You would think with all of the things I'm saying, all the controversial things I'm saying, and I'm pretty articulate, I'm not speaking, bro. I'm not anything like that. I'm literally reading the news and then speaking to you, like this. You would think you'd be able to focus in on something I'm actually saying and not keep coming up with your own narrative to argue. But because you're just here to argue and, you don't have anything reasonable to say, I'm not saying anything wrong, you're struggling, and it's showing. Let's see. Hey, Clan, what's up, dud? Hey, Clan, what's up, dud? Gotcha. Stop strawmanning the argument and address it. This guy is ridiculous. Your worldview is what it is. Nobody is going to change your mind with 300 characters on a YouTube live. Well, that seems like that's an easy way to get out of saying something else. It's the first thing you've said. But I guess that must be it. So instead of addressing any of the points I'm making and telling me what I'm wrong about individually, you just come up with your excuse before, well, it's going to change your mind anyway. Right, because I started this way, right? I came out of the womb and I was like, I don't believe in the Holocaust. Just so you guys know, my family is supposedly Holocaust survivors. Now, I kind of think that we're Project Paperclip or Operation Paperclip, but the narrative is that my grandfather was a concentration camp survivor. Just so, we can dispel all that other stupid bullshit that you guys are going to try to come up with. Zechariah 12:1 or 12:1-3. I might actually read that. But I do want to finish this stuff first. Let's see. The restaurant's owner, Sarah Petco, said that the staff members, some of whom were his classmates, thought he was a, quote, loner, there's that term again, but that they were having trouble understanding how an otherwise quiet man turned to violence. It's crazy. It's just crazy and too close for comfort, she said, to think that someone at basically the start of his life could do this. Yeah, it's so unbelievable, isn't it? Jameson Myers, a former member of the Bethel Park High School varsity rifle team who graduated alongside Crooks in 2022, told CBS that Crooks did not make the team. So he wasn't a very good shot, huh? Oh, let's see. You're out of your mind. Here we go again. Instead of addressing anything I'm saying, now I must be crazy. Let's see. I don't know what you're expecting. Your stream is 3 minutes delayed. Nobody can keep up with you in real time. There's no way to have a conversation with you. Yep, that must be it. Now it's another excuse. Only thing I can say that if you view religion as a divisive weapon of the ruling class, then by aiming your hatred towards a religious body, Jews, you aren't you falling for the same trap as believers? No, not at all. No, because I don't believe in the things that they believe. I believe what I can see. I believe what exists. You know, I believe, and never mind the fact that the narrative is tainted. You do have to look past it. You can't have looked at this whole Israel situation since October 7th and have a reasonable point of view. You have to have been looking at it for years now, and I have. But the thing is, if you were to bring up something from your religious beliefs, I wouldn't do some roundabout clown way of avoiding answering you. If you say something, I'm going to address what you're saying. I'm not going to, so what you're saying is kind of shit. No, what you just said was this, so let's address the thing that you just said. No, I'm not falling for anything. As a matter of fact, I'm talking about the one thing you're not supposed to talk about. The one thing that'll get you in trouble. You can talk about the Illuminati and the New World Order and Tartaria and vaccines. Well, vaccines, not as much. Vaccines is iffy. You can talk about Christians and how they're pedophile shit and all that. You can talk about all these different conspiracies all day long. You're not going to get in trouble. There's only one group that we're not allowed to even question. And the thing is, we're seeing probably the greatest thing we've ever seen. You know, we've been told our whole lives that Generation Z, the generation that's they're the worst, they're the laziest, they're the shittiest. They're the ones that are out there fucking protesting Israel. They're the first generation actually smart enough and capable enough and big enough to support Israel or to go against Israel. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And the craziest part is it's the richest, most powerful people in the world. The people that can afford to send their kids to Harvard and Yale and all these places, it's those kids that are protesting. It's the future leaders of the world. Can you imagine how scary it is for the Israelis and the Jews? That the next generation already isn't taking it, isn't falling for it? They're already standing up against what you're doing, not sitting blindly. The generation that we've been told that we're shit, they're the ones fucking doing it. It's amazing. It's amazing. And yet you see this narrative being pushed that, all this violence. If there was a video of a Jew being beaten up by protesters, that's all you would see. It would be everywhere. You have to wake up. You have to see what's in front of you, not what you're told to see. Did you see Trump get shot? No. From the river to the sea, that saying that people like you say should probably do some research. What they're talking about is genocide, so why are you not angry about that? Why am I not angry about a genocide that isn't happening? The thing is, nobody says kill the Jews. Nobody says shit like that. Well, there are, but not that's not what I'm saying. I say, anybody that's willing to give up that horrible, ugly, horrible, nonsense religion, cult, you're cool with me. You're cool with me. And reality is, let's see how you survive without the American Big Brother protection. All the fights that you've picked would come back on you. And I don't have an issue with that. What you believe is a horrible, ugly, supremacist thing. And whatever happens because of that is what you get. You have the option to not do it, but if you want to continue to believe in your nonsense, how many people know that Hebrew is like the newest language on the planet? It was invented about 100 years ago by Ben Yehuda or whatever his name is. You all think that Hebrew is this old ancient, it's not. It's a language created out of Arabic. Ben Yehuda. It's bullshit. Who said it's not happening? What did Hamas do? Stop having such a narrow-minded approach if you actually want to debate. What are you talking about? You haven't said anything. You want to bring up Hamas and I'm going to laugh at you. Hamas is like Al-Qaeda. It's the boogeyman. It's Israelis' boogeyman. There's no such thing as Hamas. But just so you guys understand. So it'd be really hard to do it now because it would be, it would take a long time. But shortly after October 7th, I went to Wikipedia. And I know people say, hey, Wikipedia, blah, blah. No. There's the Wikipedia that we can fuck with, and then there's the Wikipedia that's like the official government Wikipedia that you can't fuck with. And this page, the official Israel-Hamas War 2023 at the time, Wikipedia page is one of these pages where you had to have like all these specifications and you had to be approved by multiple groups before you'd be allowed to comment or edit things. Ron White would say, you can't fix stupid. Wow, that's a great point. Thanks for addressing any one thing I said. You can say there is overlap between class position and group membership, but to say that group membership is the determining factor in power is misguided. No, that's not misguided. That's the truth. That's why it's a religion where if your mother is Jewish, you're Jewish no matter what. Even if you say I'm not, you still are. So it can be passed on and passed on. It's bullshit. Bullshit. What do I believe in since you're trying to tell me what I believe in? I assume that you're a dumbass Jew who either believes in their shit or supports them. Whatever one it is, I don't care. You are just a representative of you as a whole. So I'm speaking to you as a whole. But I went to the 2023 Israel-Hamas Wikipedia page, and I went to the edit history, and I went to the back as far as you could go to the very first edit. The totally surprise attack on October 7th that nobody knew about, that it wasn't a false flag operation, supposedly happened at 6:30 a.m. Tuesday, October 7th, local time. The first edit on the Wikipedia page for this surprise event happened at 6:22 a.m. Tuesday, October 7th, local time. Within the first hour, a group of maybe 5 or so people had laid out the narrative for what was to come for the next few days. They claimed that Hamas launched 5,000 rockets in 20 minutes. Yet there's no footage of it because everybody was taken by surprise. One of the most heavily surveilled areas in the world, and there's no footage of it. 5,000 rockets being launched at Israel in 20 minutes. That's 4 rockets per second for 20 minutes. Where did Hamas, inside the blockade, get 5,000 rockets and rocket launchers to be able to shoot 5,000 in 20 minutes, 4 per second? How many rocket launchers do you need to be able to shoot 4 rockets per second for 20 minutes? That seems like a lot of rocket launchers. They claimed that, because I stand by the belief that no Israelis were killed on October 7th and that no Israelis were taken real hostage. And one of the things that was claimed in the narrative that was laid out was that the Israelis, within minutes, I mean, you have to remember, within the first 3 hours, because I read up until 3 hours worth of edits. I couldn't read anymore. It was just so many. They had laid out the narrative for the whole day. They had already, it's like they already knew the script somehow. But they claimed that Israel killed 1,500 Hamas within the first, hour or so. Right? Since then, you've heard them say repeatedly. At first it was 1,400. Now it's down to 1,200. Around 1,200 people in Israel were killed. They don't refer to themselves as people in Israel when they refer to themselves. They refer to themselves as Israelis or, you know, the people of Israel, but not really. They just refer to themselves as Israelis. So the fact that they repeatedly use the verbiage that they do, that around 1,200 people in Israel were killed, they're not necessarily lying, but they're not telling you the truth. Right? This is the thing where you have to have been paying attention before you were supposed to pay attention. Where are all the funerals? When it comes to the Jews, their beliefs outweigh law across the board. If you go back to the supposed synagogue shootings in 2018 that were 6 months to the day apart, the first one carried out by Robert Bowers Jr. Was it 2008? Yeah, 2018. Sorry, 2008. Did I say 18? 2018. Robert Bowers Jr. just sort of appears on Gab, not even on Facebook or anything, on Gab, something I'd never heard of until then, but apparently it's this large social media platform. He appeared on Gab talking about he hates the Jews, da 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 da. He had left multiple messages on Gab talking about we got to do something about this, posting pictures of guns, blah, blah. Finally, he says something along the lines of, takes a picture of guns and says, I'm going to go do something about this. Never posts pictures of himself or anything like that. He happens to live in a relatively transient hotel. He's a trucker who lives in a hotel, basically, and no one's ever seen him in the hotel. His landlord loves him because every month, an envelope is there with his rent money in it, in cash. Never sees him or anything, just... But this is the guy that supposedly went to the synagogue and shot all those people, and there's literally no footage. There's no footage of him, you know, beforehand. There's no footage of the shootout. There's no footage of him at the hospital. There's no footage of him in court. Nobody's tried to interview him. Nothing. He's Robert Bowers Jr. has just disappeared. Now, that shooting supposedly happened on a Sunday. I don't know why Jews would have been in synagogue on a Sunday, but they were. The first day, Monday, half of the people involved were buried. Tuesday, the other half were buried. No investigation, none of that. The first responder said it looked like the first 6 people were all in a row and just lined up and got shot all in a row. It's like they were laid out in a line. He was kind of shocked by it. But what you see time and time again, say 6 months before October 7th, there was supposedly two Arabs, two Hamas, whatever you want to say, had apparently went to a gas station and opened fire, killing 4 Israelis. 2 of which, 2 young girls, were buried, had a funeral and were buried within 2 hours. How do you have a funeral and bury someone within 2 hours of their death? But what the moral is that with Jews, getting them in the ground within 72 hours of their death is the most important thing. Go ahead, show me videos of 1,200 funerals. 1,200 funerals in those first 3 days after October 7th. Earlier in the year, a Jewish guy, an Israeli, a kid, I think he was 18, was driving around the Palestinian area, running people off the road, yelling shit at people. He was drunk, and he was driving around acting an ass. Well, he ends up crashing. And either he died in the crash or he died as a result of the crash, but he was taken to the nearest hospital, which is in the Palestinian territory. At some point, apparently, his body was stolen. And in order to get, and this went all the way up to Netanyahu, in order to get the body back, they were willing to bring about October 7th at that time. I'm sure whatever, constituency they have at the top was like, look, we can't justify this over a dead body being stolen. And so suddenly, at the deadline, just before Israel was supposed to attack, the dead body showed back up. No videos, no nothing, just showed back up, and the Israelis were given the body. Now, if Israel was willing to bring about October 7th World War on an innocent people over a dead body, do you really think they'd let 253 hostages just exist without bringing about everything, doing everything they could to get the hostages? What's funny is the only real division between the Israelis and the government is the fact that the Israeli people are demanding that the hostages be gotten out, and the government keeps acting like, it's no big deal. So let's talk about the hostages, right? I'm supposed to believe that all of these Hamas came in on paragliders and motorcycles and somehow were able to take 253 people hostage. Now, Israel bombs relentlessly, indiscriminately. They're dropping bombs everywhere they could possibly drop them. How do they know they're not bombing where their hostages are being kept? Again, we know how Israel feels about its own people. Every time an Israeli is said to die, at least 10 are dead and another 100 are taken prisoner. They have a very, very strict return policy. But the hostages, so after the first 2 weeks, I'm sure one of the old Jewish ladies, she was either insufferable or it was part of the plan because, people like me would be asking questions. But the first woman, the first hostage to be released was this elderly woman who, after being released by her captors, turned around and shook their hand. Like any of you would do after being kidnapped and held hostage. You'd shake the hand of your captors, right? She shakes their hand. She's then interviewed. And she says that, yes, initially they were violent in the kidnapping. And you know how old ladies, when they bruise, those bruises go away really quick? I mean, those bruises grow into giant fucking strawberries. Well, all of her bruises from 2 weeks earlier happen to have healed. But she says that they're being fed well, they're being well taken care of. Guess they have a nice kosher diet for them. And that every elderly person has their own doctor assigned to them to ensure that they get the medication that they need. Heart pills and shit like that. Meanwhile, Hamas has said if Israel doesn't stop the bombing, this is back in the first couple weeks, right? That they're going to start killing hostages on camera and broadcasting it to the world. And Israel says, go fuck yourself. We'll bomb you even more. And guess what? No hostages get killed. So that's after the first 2 weeks. After 50 days, on day 50, another 100 hostages are just released. Now this is some good stuff here. They have, under the cover of night, of course, so we can't really see what's going on. Hamas is going to meet on one side of the courtyard, and Israel's going to be on the other. And 2 by 2, the Israeli hostages are going to walk hand in hand while Hamas soldiers, with their khakis on and their balaclavas with their bright green headbands. So if you wanted to make a headshot, you easily could fucking find them even in the dark. But you can't see who they really are because they have their balaclavas on. They're going to walk them 2 by 2 from one side to the other. And this is how this exchange happens. Israel doesn't put a tracker on the car, on the Hamas vehicle, doesn't follow it with a drone so they can find where the hostages are kept or anything. Nah, nothing like that. But it just so happens that a week prior to this hostage release, a little girl who was being held hostage, her family, who had been taken all over the world to meet with dignitaries and shit like that, her family had a birthday party for her a week earlier. And the news just happened to be there. And they had the birthday party for her like she was there. Strange, right? Kind of sick, really. Well, the following week, after those hostages are released, it turns out that same little girl is the Whisper Girl. The only hostage that they choose to talk to out of the 100 is the little girl who speaks in whispers. And and you know, a question is asked and she leans to her daddy and says, psh, 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 psh. And then her dad goes, well, my daughter said that it's like, well, your daughter didn't whisper that much to you. But she happens to be the little girl that they did the profile for the week earlier. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that convenient? The one thing you notice about all of the hostages is that none of them are gaunt. None of them are skinny. None of them have any marks, any bruises. None of them look like hostages. They look like people who are well fed. They're tan. They're not even they're not even, you know, pale or pasty. They look good. Good to go. Recently, Israel killed some 270 something people to retrieve 4 hostages. Those 4 hostages, again, they look fine. They're not skinny, nothing. Nothing is wrong. Almost like they weren't real hostages. But hey, you know, I'm just talking bullshit, right? Just because you can verify everything I talk about doesn't mean anything. Oh, never mind the fact either that earlier in 2023, or maybe it was 2022, I'm not sure about that. I think it's early March of 2023. Israel bought 42,000 slaves from India. Now, they called them supervised laborers, but they purchased these 42,000 people, with 38,000 being earmarked for construction jobs and the other 4,000 earmarked for elderly care. They don't sound very free to me, like they can go freely do anything. And the funny thing is, those are the jobs that the Palestinians do. So, you know, less than a year before October 7th and the subsequent genocide of about 40,000 people plus, Israel secured the labor force necessary to replace all those people. So the average Israeli day, you know, life is uninterrupted. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazingly coincidental? Isn't it amazingly coincidental that from January up until August 7th, every Saturday the Israeli people had a protest where there were concessions and you know, there were rides, and when it got too hot they would go around with the water truck and squirt the people with 30% power of the truck, you know, or of the hose. They did that, and the reason they did that is because, so man,
What's going on down there?
I don't know, I heard something.
They got fucking snipers out. They got all kind of shit. The whole street blocked off.
Oh yeah?
Oh man, the whole Clarita and the street over is all blocked off. The police snipers out.
Yeah, that guy probably killed his girl. That's why we called the cops the other day. Yeah, man. The Israeli people were protesting because Netanyahu and company, who ran under the banner that they were going to do a judicial overhaul and that they were going to overtake the West Bank. They were going to retake the West Bank. They ran on the platform that they were going to do it. Once they did, the Netanyahu camp with Bezalel Smotrich and Itmar Ben-Gvir and Avi Moaz, they said that they were going to, quote, limit the power to scrutinize, that the judicial branch, they were going to limit the judicial branch's power to scrutinize the electoral branch's, the executive branch's decisions. They didn't actually say they were going to do anything. They were just going to limit the power to scrutinize. And because of that, the Israeli people were so mad that high school students all the way up to you know, middle-aged people were all protesting. They were so mad that the executive branch and the judicial branch weren't getting along that they protested. And then when it finally became true, they finally started putting the legislation through, you started hearing about all of these Israeli reservists who, in a form of protest, they're not protesting the genocide of the Palestinians or anything like that. They're protesting that one side of the government isn't getting along with the other side of the government. In protest of that, all of these reservists refused to fight in any upcoming conflict. If anything were to sort of happen where Israelis would be in some sort of conflict, the one way that they're protesting is by refusing service in any upcoming thing that might just happen to happen. They had no idea October 7th was going to happen, but they protested by saying, if October 7th happens, we're not going to fight. And so what would normally be considered desertion, what would be something that you could get arrested for, if you're a reservist and you get called up and you refuse service, that's an arrestable offense. Suddenly now, they're all valid in refusing because it's in protest. Isn't that great? I don't trust no government or power that be. You should. Now, sorry, I wasn't reading comments and because if I do, then I'll lose my place. And wow, I can hear the cops over there. That's fucking crazy. All right, so let's see. You're so dumb. You have no idea what you're talking about. Arabic and Hebrew are both Semitic languages. Hebrew was not created by Arabs. We have tablets over 4,000 years old with Hebrew on it. No, you don't. See, now you're just saying stupid shit. Hebrew was created by Ben Yehuda about 100 years ago. Just what it is, man. You can say what you want. You're just going to sound stupid. In my opinion, the only reason you can point your hatred towards Jews is based on the fact they tend to hold wealth. That's what it is, huh? It's that they tend to hold wealth. Okay. He's the smartest guy in the world. Just ask him. He'll tell you. Yep. I say I'm the smartest guy in the world. Isn't it amazing how, seriously, I'm going to read all these comments and nobody's going to address a single thing I say. To be honest, I'm a bit reluctant to speak up about the fake assassination attempt. You shouldn't be. You should be proud. Just like I'm proud of my anti-Semitism, you should be proud to be against negative things. I'm proud to be against a fake assassination designed to fucking control our minds. And it's even done so horribly. It wasn't even done well. Bro out here trying to really say his eyes aren't lying. His eyes aren't the only thing. This Timotheus guy literally is so on my nuts. It's weird because he won't actually say anything. Why won't you say anything, Dumsky? No Israelis were killed on October 7th. Yep, this guy is out of his mind. Also, October 7th, 6:22 a.m. in the U.S. is after 7th October, 6:22 a.m. So you can't use. Okay, did you not hear when I said it was 6:22 local time? See, again, it's strange, but it's how it is every time. People that don't actually have an argument make up their own arguments. It's easy to argue that point when you leave out the fact that I said it was local time. Yeah, it would be fucking stupid to think that the same time is happening here as in Israel. Yeah, but see, that's what he has to do to be able to comprehend what's happening here. Normally, this stuff works. Normally, the name calling, normally the telling people you can't say that, works. They're not used to running into the not so average goyim. Shit, I got friends who were over there who fucking died. Sure you do. Sure you do. You got friends over there who died. Gosh, that's so strange. That's so strange. He's going to make up an excuse to negate the argument. Yep. Like you didn't make a good argument? This is the most uninformed wild rant I've ever seen. It's almost impressive. Again, so why is it if I'm so uninformed? Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's crazy. We found I think the guy up in the corner house probably killed his girl. Maybe even killed everybody in the house. Who knows? He was crazy. We found a purse out in front of the house the other day with a bunch of needles, a burnt up spoon, a Xanax bar, and fucking crazy. We called the cops. Yeah. I can hear him talking. I don't know. Maybe. Why else would you have all those cops there? It was sitting on that like right here. No, at their house. We were out on a walk.
Oh, you walked?
Yeah.
How you see a purse on the ground?
I got really good eyes. It's entertaining. Yeah, Timotheus is, you just can't help but prove my point. He's a trucker. Of course, he's not home a lot. Right. Of course, he's a trucker who's not home a lot and nobody's seen him. Of course. Time away from family does fuck up a person, huh? Yeah. The simulation varies. High as fuck. Well, the thought of him in control of 80,000 pounds going 70 miles per hour is scary. I know.
Yeah, I'm going over there.
Why?
Jeff's over there. They've been there for 6 hours, I guess.
Okay, I've heard shit going on. So having a funeral quick is apparently suspicious. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. If you've never actually dealt with some sort of death and how that process goes, thinking somebody can have a funeral within hours of the death is ludicrous. Just good job, buddy. Just so all of the people that are related to that person that would want to be at their funeral, all of those people, they just happen to live within miles, and there's no investigation and every other thing you could possibly say. Come on now. Don't be fucking stupid. Yes, quick funerals are a dead giveaway. They're the only people that it happens with. Nobody else is able to make funerals happen that quickly. You got to be out of your fucking gourd. I'm very curious what this guy thinks about the whole debacle with the floating port city thing that collapsed. Not sure what you're talking about, so I'm not going to pretend like I know. People fighting over land no one truly owns has always been crazy as fuck. Well, it's not fighting. That's the misconception. There's no fighting going on. There's a genocide. There is one group that has the height of technology, bombs and warplanes and tanks and helicopters and fucking weapons we don't even really know they have, those dishes that, you know, put out the beams that make you feel like you're on fire and shit. All of it. They have access to everything. They're the biggest, strongest military in the region and one of the biggest, strongest militaries in the world. They actually have, it's called a memorandum of understanding with the United States. I don't even know what the fuck that means. A memorandum of understanding that states Israel has to have the biggest military in that region. So anytime anybody else gets anything, Israel has to be compensated. So what's been happening over the last few years is something called a normalization deal. That's why you're not seeing any of these Muslim countries coming to the aid of the Palestinians, because most of them have signed what's called a normalization agreement. And basically a normalization agreement says that whatever country it is, Bahrain, Qatar, fucking the UAE, that they will turn a blind eye to whatever Israel does to the Palestinians, that Israelis can travel to and from their country without any problems, and that in doing so, the United States will compensate them. Prior to this, they were trying to get Saudi Arabia to do it. And in order to get Saudi Arabia to sign the normalization deal with Israel, the United States was willing to give and fund a civilian nuclear program to the Saudi Arabians just to get them to play nice with the Israelis, amongst other things. There was a bunch of other things associated with the deal. But we were going to give Saudi Arabia nuclear capabilities just so they would play nice with Israel. That's how fucking crazy it all is. For all you people who think, Israel's so far away, it doesn't matter, what does this have to do with this? You have no idea. $3.8 billion a year is given to the Israelis. Tax dollars. $3.8 billion that turns into around 15 billion shekels, their money, every year for nothing. We just give it to them. I bet you can think of quite a few things that $3.8 billion would be better spent on here than giving it to Israelis so they can murder people. You don't have any say in any of that. That's the best part about that. That shit just exists. You know that we've given Israel $16 billion about a month and a half ago. So the tally was 16.7 billion, I believe, dollars since October 7th. It's probably more by now. But we give them insane amounts of money in money and weaponry. The $3.8 billion a year used to be so the ruse of them buying military equipment off of us could be defeated. But they suddenly stopped doing that and made it so that all right. Okay. People fighting. Like it's crazy when you think about it. It's crazy when you think about what they're showing. It does sound 50. It should. Oh, Timotheus, you're out. Yeah, because Cinderella syndrome is not a thing. Yeah, no, it's not. Especially not after 2 weeks. But no, the idea. Oh, thank you for reminding me of that. So after after day 50, when the 100+ hostages were released, video surfaces of just before the exchange took place, where the supposed hostages are sitting in the transports getting ready to be transferred and dropped off, and they're laughing and they're high-fiving. There's footage of them hugging the captors, hugging them, laughing at them, high-fiving them, saluting them. Multiple people, they're all experiencing this Cinderella syndrome, and it's not Cinderella. It's Stockholm syndrome is what you're trying to say it is. All of these people, they just love their Israeli captors so much. Or they just love their Palestinian captors so much that they're hugging them and all that good stuff, right? That's how that works. Dude, you have to be fucking foolish. You have to be foolish to think that way. I listen to anybody, then I look into it. We get too quick to judge. We get too quick to judge. This went off the rails. So many underlying assumptions. You can support Palestine as I do without... I don't support Palestine. You've got that wrong. I'm not... My thing isn't free Palestine. I mean, free Palestine so they can what? Be under control of some Muslim or Christian leadership? No, that's not what's happening. I'm anti-Israel. So before you go making claims and stuff, get it right. Get it right. Actually, no. Under Israeli law, that would still be a criminal offense, even if it's in protest. It's not, and that's what happened, you doof. I'm not sitting here fucking... You can find multiple articles of them talking about 10,000 people signing the pledge that they refuse to fight in whatever conflict just happens to come up. Well, we don't even know. It just we haven't been in any sort of real conflict where reservists would be called up in quite some time. But if that were to happen, we're not gonna fight. You know? Do you know how fucking silly that is? It's just fucking silly. It's silly, and you think it's not, which is you're just desperate in that regard. You're just fooling yourself. You're hoping that people are dumb enough to fall for the nonsense, and I'm not. That doesn't make no sense. That don't make no sense. The only reason Hebrew doesn't look old on paper is because it used to be named different. No! See, look at this nonsense. Look at this nonsense. It's very easy to look up. Hebrew was invented in 1920 something or something like that. I don't know. I'm not sure. But it was somewhere around there. The guy changed his name to Ben Yehuda. There's a whole thing on it. Hebrew was not spoken in the world until about 100 years ago. And it was invented by taking Arabic and you know, adjusting it. Oopsie doopsie. By adjusting, by taking Arabic, flipping things around and all that. It was not, it's just not true. I don't need to lie about any of it. It's all right there. Let's see. Put you on the funeral thing. Put you on the funeral thing. A funeral happening in 24 hours of suspicious. Never mind, like 6. Oh, you're with me. Well, you should be. You're not stupid. The thing is, again, I'm on the side of people. I'm team people. I'm not team Christian. I'm not team other fucking nonsense. I'm team people. And if you're team people and you don't have any supremacy or racist beliefs or anything like that, and you think that we're all here equally and we should all be working together to make the best fucking situation possible, then you're with me. You're Team Goyim. We're Team Goyim. And you know, I keep waiting for people to explain what their issue is. And you just don't see it. You see a bunch of desperation. Do you realize how many comments I've read now that literally don't actually fit anything I'm talking about? It's just pay attention to me nonsense. The port city is the thing the U.S. military built to try to support Israel from the inner coast. The idea was to get American troops as close to Israel without putting them on Israel, and it fell apart. That's silly. If you believe you know anything about what the military does or anything like that, you're fooling yourself. I mean, I think Israel is the 51st United States. A few months ago or whatever, Biden criticized something that the Israelis were doing, and it was either Ben-Gvir or it was Smotrich said that Joe Biden needs to shut up and mind his own business, that Israel is no longer a star on the American flag. And I don't know what the hell that's supposed to mean, other than, you know, we had a week prior to October 7th, the United States did everything it could to force Israel into the visa waiver program. The visa waiver program, basically whatever country that we're involved in, that's involved in the visa waiver program, is just that. The people can travel to and from the United States and all around the United States without their visa, without all of the restrictions that usually come on something. And one of the main sort of pretext with that is that we're allowed to do that in your country too, and we don't get treated poorly. Well, Israel has a history of treating people visiting Palestinians, Palestinian Americans, whatever it is, horribly. Like Shireen Abu Akleh, the reporter that they shot in the fucking face a couple of years ago. That's a whole, and then the IDF attacked her funeral while you were all distracted in the United States by the grocery store shooting, and then the shooting in Texas that supposedly killed 19 children and 2 teachers all in one class, but somehow people had to give DNA to be able to get their kids released to them. Remember that? On the day of the grocery store shooting, which was clearly a military guy the way he moved, Shireen Abu Akleh was shot in the face, walking, not doing anything, not involved in any sort of conflict, just walking while she had a press vest on and a press helmet on. They shot her. Now, this is an American Christian woman with Palestinian ties who had been a huge, Palestinian rights reporter for the last 20 years. Like, she was a well-known face. And they shot her, and then when she was on the ground bleeding out, they shot around her anytime anybody tried to get close to render aid. 2 days later, at her funeral, well, in between, they kidnapped her brother, the IDF kidnapped her brother, told him that he was to make statements that they weren't to have their standard funeral where they carry the casket from the church to the cemetery and they sing their songs and they wave their flags and shit. He was told that they weren't allowed to do that and that he was to tell the people not to do that. And then the next day, when they had the funeral and they were going to do it anyway, the IDF showed up and attacked a funeral. If anybody can show me any other examples of a government military operation attacking someone's fucking funeral, I'd love to see it. But they attacked her funeral. I wish when they ran in with flashbangs going off and they had smoke bombs and they were hitting people with batons and nightsticks and shit, I wish when they hit the people carrying the casket and they dropped it, that they didn't catch it. That it would have hit the ground and the body would have fallen out, because that would have made the news. That would have, it's horrible, but that would have been horrible enough not to be ignored. But they attacked the funeral, shut it down, and that was okay. That's how this shit works. Right? So when we're talking about this Israel stuff, it's not just this one thing or that one thing. We're talking about something that, if we're not careful, is going to affect all of us. Is going to incorporate all of us. We're all going to be caught up in their fucking web. Because next is Lebanon. Once they kill all the Palestinians, they're going to Lebanon. They're already starting. Money isn't real. It's not. Money is printed by them to control us. Absolutely. Whenever somebody says, follow the money, I always laugh at them. You never heard me say follow the money, because those who print the money don't care about the money. They print it for us. And I'm referring to, in the religion, Stockholm Syndrome. Are you referring to reservists in America or in Israel? Because Israel law for Israelis, that would still not be allowed. That is a form of legitimate protest over here. Dude, that's what happened. I know it's not okay here, but when you're talking about the idea that it's the people aren't protesting genocide, or they're protesting that the executive branch and the judicial branch aren't getting along. That is such bullshit. It was all bullshit. And so you had the visa waiver program, which again, it has to be even. Like if an Israeli comes here and gets mistreated, it's a big international incident. Americans like Shireen Abu Akleh can be killed, their funeral, blah, 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 can be attacked, and nothing happens. Israel had up until September 30th to prove that they had changed their policy towards Americans, Palestinians, and whatnot traveling, so that they could be put into the visa waiver program, to which the Israelis flat out said, we're just not going to do that. So the Americans said, okay, well, we're going to put you in the visa waiver program, and you have until the day after Passover to fix this problem. And then 7 days later, this bullshit happens. But prior to, now there's a situation where any Israeli that doesn't want to be near that shit can just come here and hang out, no problem. That may have seemed almost impossible less than 150 years ago when the language was thought to exist only in ancient religious texts. For some 2,000 years, Hebrew lay dormant. No, it was created. You got to stop it. There's a reason why Jews don't really appear too much in history. But then again, to me, arguing over history is foolish, right? Because the only thing, like we just don't know. I absolutely believe in the Tartaria stuff. But until we overthrow the Jews that control our perception, it doesn't matter. We're just going to sit here and fight about shit we can't prove, we can't change, and it's just we know what they want us to know. So when it comes to all that Hebrew bullshit, blah blah blah, I know that as of a certain time ago, it wasn't spoken. It was invented by Ben Yehuda. You can look the shit up. It's right there for you. It's not like it's some conspiracy. It's easy. They're proud of that guy. They like that guy, Ben Yehuda. As Jewish communities scattered across the globe and adopt a new language in the late 1800s, Hebrew vocabulary is limited to archaic and religious concepts. It's just wrong. You're just wrong, dude. I'm sorry you don't like it, but you're wrong. Hang on a second. Jesus Christ. Sorry about that. Oh, Jesus Christ. I had to get my saws. My neighbor bought me my saws. These guys had my saws for like months now.
Yeah, you're almost done.
No. And lacked words for everything from newspaper to academia to muffin and car. Again, does that make sense to you? If that makes sense to you, I don't know what you're doing here. I don't, because that doesn't make... Because I let him borrow them and he brought them back. If you're team people, you're going to have to do something about Islam. I absolutely agree. I don't think Islam is a good thing. That's what's so strange about this all the time. It's like every time, this is the Trump supporter thing, right? Every time you try to talk to a Trump supporter, they say things like, oh, so you a Biden supporter then? It's like, no, dude, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm not a Biden supporter. I want to know why you're a Trump supporter. Well, Biden, that's how Trump argued. It's the same thing. If you watch the debate, every time he was asked a question, he just said, well, Biden did this, well, Biden did that. Yeah. Huh? Who knows? Yeah, I don't know, man. See ya. He isn't supportive of Islam. Nope. Team people should support religious institutions that have bettered their lives of many regardless of the belief system. Opposing them as political bodies is one thing, but proper religious value. No, it's fake. It's fake stupidity. And we don't need fake stupidity to control our lives anymore. Fake stupidity is dumb. You know, we need to focus on, like, if the religion was man and what we're capable of, that's one thing. You know, I'm all for, see, the brilliance in the system is that they've convinced you that the solutions are the problems. So the solution is a one world government, a one world religion, where everyone is held to the same standards. You could be gay, you could be whatever, we kill pedophiles, you know, you could be brown, you could be whatever color, you know, we don't believe in fairy tale bullshit. And we believe in what man is capable of and what man can continue to do. But believing in some fake sky daddy is fucking stupid. And it creates, you know, one of the things that you see with religion is this idea of a purpose. You have a purpose. Talk about a self-defeating prophecy. You supposedly have this purpose that you don't even know what it is. You don't know if your purpose was to have a child. Instead, you think your purpose is to do something, this, that, and the other, and your whole life you feel bad because you never achieved your purpose. You don't even know what the fuck it is. Islam is not compatible with human rights. No, it's really not, but none of them are. Christianity, if people lived their life by the Bible, they'd be in prison. Pretty simple. Opposing Christianity, Islam, Judaism, and other non-Abrahamic religions isn't team people because people have historically favored faith in higher powers. Again, that's if you believe the religion of history, the religion of science. I don't. Sorry. Favoring faith in higher power isn't a problem if the higher power is compatible with human rights, unlike Islam. What are you talking about? You just don't know your Bible very well. Right? Most Christians don't know their fucking Bible. It's really silly. Every single Christian that believes in space, in planets and shit, they clearly don't know their Bible very well, do they? Taking away from these institutions is authoritarian and violates individual dignity. Religious institutions as belief systems are people-based organizations. No, they're not. If they were people-based organizations, then they'd be okay with being questioned. You know? You can't go into a religious place and be like, hey, let's talk about this. And they'll be like, okay. That's not how that works. Okay, so people are okay to oppress themselves. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Human rights are morally subjective. I agree that religious imposition is bad, but you can have fundamental Islamic beliefs without the political oppression that you're talking about. No, we don't need any of those nonsense. Why do we need to believe in nonsense? People, you know, I know there are people that are really wrapped up in this shit now, but people adjust, people adapt. And you know, it wouldn't even take very long for people to adapt to the idea that it's not what we're told. Williams is just want to understand, what do you know of Islam? Have you done proper research on what they stand for and what they value? Honest answer. Or are you just following what the media is feeding you? I personally have looked into it, not nearly as much as maybe I should, but what I've looked into it, it's dumb as fuck. And every time I have a conversation with somebody who believes in it, it's identical to speaking to a Christian. You guys, it's funny how much Christians and Muslims don't seemingly like each other, yet their beliefs are almost identical, sans a few characters. And the way that they respond to being questioned is almost identical. Most of yous are working. I believe our economics suck. So it was smart for me to have a businessman out of all runner-up we had for choices. But Trump is a horrible businessman. That's one of the biggest myths, is that Trump is some great businessman. He's not. He's a horrible businessman. He's run more companies into the ground than he's made profitable, that's for sure. A lot of places rent his name. They have his name on their hotel or whatever it is, but he only gets a percentage because of that. He doesn't have any fucking say in any of the operations because he's a fucking idiot. And the reality is this, I've been asking this since the debate. What did Trump say during the debate that made you confident that he was a good president? That he could handle questions being asked? That he had plans? What platform is Trump running on? What what changes is Trump going to make? Like, what are any of Trump's issues or whatever? What? I don't know anything other than he hates Biden, and the borders are the worst borders in the world, are the worst borders that we've ever had, and that hundreds of thousands of people are being shot and raped every single day along the borders, and like all kinds of crazy nonsense. Jeb Bush, no Bushes. What are you doing, man? You don't know anything. I don't know anything I speak about. See, that Isaiah Peterson has been watching for such a long time, and of all the things I've said, he can't actually address any of them. So he keeps doing this nonsense. What is your purpose? Just admit you're being bested and move on. Or change your fucking point of view. But if I'm getting something wrong, tell me what I'm specifically getting wrong. Don't keep pointing out how dumb you are. Everyone has a special purpose. Even the jerk had one. Again, how do you know? How do you know? If you have a purpose, that means somebody gave that purpose to you. Who gave you that purpose? And when we're talking about the value of human life, I've used this example a ton of times, but say there's the guy, he lives next door to you, and he lives with his mom. You hear him every day yelling at his mom. He treats her like shit. He bilks the system. You know, he drinks all the time. He's this big fat piece of shit he's just a horrible human being. And every day, he walks up to the liquor store at the corner to buy his first fifth of the day, right? And he drinks all day, and he's just this piece of shit. And on his way up to the store, as he's walking, suddenly, boom, 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 something fucking hits him, and he's like, oh, what the fuck? And he gets up, and he's all, oh, my fucking head, what the? And he sees it's a kid. And the kid jumps up, and he goes, oh, sorry, mister. And he goes, and he runs off. And that kid ends up growing up to cure cancer. And if that dude hadn't have been there and he'd have fallen out of the tree and smacked his head on the ground, he probably would have lost that cancer cure. But because that fat piece of shit that nobody likes was walking by, it saved his life. Who has more purpose there? How do you decide that? Isn't that fat piece of shit just as important as the guy that cured cancer? Who was the businessman running? I am noticing he provides no proof, just opinion. Yep, that's what it is. God is not nonsense, says Jenny Road. Absolutely, God is nonsense. God is nonsense. God isn't real. If God is real, God is a huge fan of pedophilia and suffering. No lightning bolts, no lightning bolts. Sorry, Jenny Rose. Your solution to religious suppression is to eradicate organized religion and force your belief, Islam, etc., are dumb as ridiculous. Yeah, I guess, if you're going to try to simplify things, yeah. I think having access to truth, like having access to the 50 miles worth of shelving that's hidden in the Vatican vaults, I think that's important. I think if the Vatican, if the Vatican in those vaults were things that benefited the Vatican, they would show them to us. I think what's in the vault is the shit that destroys that nonsense belief, so they keep it away from us. But yeah, I think us having access to all these different things is super important. I think when people are given truth and shown truth and told truth, sure, they're going to resist it. But eventually, when things are better, people are going to gravitate to the better situation. It's not a light switch kind of thing. It takes a minute. But I absolutely think, especially when we're talking about the Israelis and the Jews, if they want to believe their horrible supremacist, cult beliefs, then they should do it on their own. And what comes to them, comes to them. LOL, get over it. You said it yourself. You don't know anything. Sure. Now I'm just lying. Okay, what am I lying about? Most people develop their own purpose. It's not absolute. It should be an absolute. That purpose is given. Clearly, this fool has never crossed the border. I don't even know what the hell these are supposed to mean. Lay off the speed. He is arguing in bad faith and has been this whole time. He critiques substantive solutions, but his own points are broad and hypothetical. Two different conversations. Who are you even talking to? Oh, Jenny, you feel sorry for me? Oh, I don't believe in the Sky Daddy. I must be bad. So goofy. I'm curious, what type of response do you get from Muslims when you ask the question? Well, Muslims could be here all day if they wanted to be. I don't understand. Like, this isn't a question. This feed isn't specifically geared towards anyone. But it's the same stupid nonsense. Most of the time, Muslims hide behind, well, have you read every single word of our religion? And it's like, no, dude, I've picked up pieces here and there. And in reality, this is your chance to sort of help me through it. And they always, oh, you have to read this, or you have to do this, or you have to watch this 4-hour video, or whatever. It's always the same nonsense. They don't know what they're talking about, so they pretend like they do. The second longest conversation of man, religion, and politics. You smoke weed, I'll join you. Good. You should. Everyone should be. If you want to. If that's your thing. If it's not your thing, then don't. Pretty simple. I mean, it's always funny how religious people are the quickest to be like religion is supposed to be this open thing, and they're all charged with Christianity. Your charge is to find people like me and bring us in, right? But it never works that way. People are always mad because I don't just believe what they believe. Don't you just believe it? What do you mean you have questions? How dare you have questions? Like, how do you not have questions? How do you just believe such outrageous bullshit that when other groups say they believe basically the same thing you do, it's just different characters, you go, what? That's bullshit. You know, the Jenny Roses of the world, they think, you know, Muslims are stupid and they believe stupid things and their whole blah, 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 blah. Have you ever seen the video where the people take the cover of a Bible or of a Quran, and put it over a Bible and then go read Bible verses to Christians, and the Christians are like, wow, see, that's why we should get rid of those. There's horrible beliefs. Look at these horrible beliefs they have. I'm a Christian, Southern Baptist, and I still have questions. Boy, that's a lot of crazy there. The Southern Baptist. Because the Catholics who did it first didn't get it right. Right? So you had to go with the Southern. Why are you Southern Baptist? Are you Southern Baptist because you've researched all of the other religions that exist and you've decided based on that research that Christian Southern Baptist is the way to go? That one made the most sense. Is that why you're a Southern Baptist? Or are you that way because that's what you were told to be? And even though you have questions and you probably don't believe it, I think most religious people don't actually believe what they say they believe. It's fucking stupid. But I think you don't want to hurt your family. You know, you don't want to be ostracized because you've seen how people that don't believe get ostracized. So you don't want that. And, you know, you want to believe that this bullshit slave life that we live, that nobody's really too happy in, will all be worth it because when you die, you get to go to heaven. Heaven is such a dumb concept. I'm Christian, but I'm more spiritual. I love everyone. I may not love your actions. I don't love my own actions sometimes, but I still love the person. Christ is about forgiveness and love. Kinda. I mean, if you actually read the Bible, Christ is a really whiny, sort of bratty, come on, you have to believe what I'm doing. Why don't you believe in me? One of my favorite biblical stories is, when I grew up, I always thought the whole idea that Jesus made the blind see. I always had this picture in my head that like a bunch of blind people were standing in front of Jesus and he was like, you can see now, and they could all see. That's sort of how I pictured it. And then I looked it up one day. And so Jesus is sort of getting persecuted by the people around him, the Jews, the children of Abraham. They're all around him, and Jesus is using Godspeed to go from like place to place. It's so funny in the Bible, these great distances get covered in these really short times, and it's just sort of yada yada at how they traveled so far. But Jesus is going from place to place, and he goes to this, he's at this one like temple, and outside the temple, old blind Billy is there. And old blind Billy is always there, and he's always begging for change. And his life just sucks. It really sucks. And so, Jesus is walking and the people are, you can't do shit, Jesus. You can't do shit, Jesus. So Jesus walks outside and he finds old blind Billy. And now, mind you, they're in the desert, right? Or they're at least in Bible terms, there's a lot of sand everywhere. So Jesus spits into the sand. Now, to think he makes a paste out of that sand. So I don't know how much spit Jesus had to spit into the sand to make the paste. But he spits into the sand, and he takes that paste, and he wipes it in old blind Billy's eyes. And he says, okay, old blind Billy, now go over to that river over there and rinse out. Not go to that bucket right there and rinse your eyes out. Make your blind ass way to the fucking river over there, way over there, and rinse your eyes out. So old blind Billy stumbles his blind ass way over to the river. And he how did my likes all get removed? The people that liked my video after 3 hours decided they didn't like it anymore? That's weird. He rinses off and comes out of the water, and now he can see. And never mind the fact that he hasn't been able to see. He could suddenly see. It's like every time you see one of those televangelists that can heal the blind, and the blind person's like, oh, they're not like, my eyes, it's so bright, and I'm not used to all these colors, and it's overwhelming. Oh, I've never seen anything, and now I'm seeing everything. It's overwhelming. They're never like that. But old blind Billy can see now. And so one of the people around goes, hey, Jesus, let me ask you something. Jesus is like, yeah, what is that? It's like, Jesus, what did old blind Billy do to be blind? And Jesus was like, what? And he's like, yeah, Jesus, old blind Billy's lived a really shitty life. And maybe, and his parents have lived a shitty life. Like they because back then, I guess if you were blind, you were like a pariah of some sort. So, like, they lived on the outskirts of town, and they were treated like shit by all the town. They lived a really bad life. He said, was it old blind Billy that did something, or did his parents do something for him to deserve to be blind like that? And Jesus' response was, oh, don't worry about that, silly. He was blind because my dad knew that one day I would need to prove myself to you guys. So the only way that could happen is if there happened to be a blind guy sitting here right at this exact time. So that's why he's blind, so I could show you guys one day that I had magic powers. And everybody's like, oh, that's cool. And it's like, what? What a dickhead move. What a fucking dick move. This guy had to suffer his whole fucking 28 years or however fucking old he was. His family had to suffer. They had to be, ousted by the public, and they were ashamed, and they were all these things. So Jesus could prove a point one day? That's fucking interesting. Let's see. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Islam, Christianity, and Judaism are similar because God sent messages to send the same message. And then, because, that wasn't super confusing or anything, and gajillions of people have died ever since. Yeah, that makes sense. God's going to send 3 different messengers with 3 confusing ass messages so that the people kill them each other over which one's right. You got it. That makes sense, buddy. We are the temple of God. Everyone has the spark of God. If everyone had the spark of God, then things wouldn't be the way they were. I know if I had any sort of God powers, like if I believed in prayer, if I was selfish enough to believe that God heard my prayers, the only thing I would be praying for is that the church stop violating children. You know, we can stretch that to, you know, that children stop being violated across the world, but let's just fix it in the church first. All that other shit, all your personal field goals and can I get the job bullshit, that pales in comparison to the church violating children. Why do you keep skipping what I say? Nobody skipped anything. Arrogance. Why does he keep dismissing his family to rant incoherently? Why do I keep... Boy, you are desperate. If I'm ranting incoherently and you've been watching this whole time, what are you watching? But you're right, I should be paying more attention to my kids' video games. You'd think my kid probably asked me to pay attention to his video games because I pay attention to his video games. So if I was somebody that just ignored my kids, he wouldn't even ask. But you keep going. I am leaving. Bye. Bye. Now Crystal's using words that... Are you young enough to use those words, Crystal? I'm searching for clout. Yeah. Look at me. Clout chaser supreme. That's why I make sure I get my hair looking just right. That's why I shave my face and my eyebrows and all that stuff. So I look just right. I got nice shirt on and I do everything to make everyone happy because I'm chasing clout. He said, you are healed by your faith. Everyone can. Everyone can. He said, you will do greater things than I. Yeah, sure. Okay. You know what I think the best thing about the Bible is? This is that thing that Christians will never answer for you. All right, you ready? So there's lots of stories in the Bible. Like when Lot's daughters are conspiring on how they're going to get their father drunk so they can rape him and they can get pregnant with boys. Remember? They're up in the cave. This is the story where all of you think the Bible condemns gay people because God makes everyone gay for a couple of angels. But there's a point where the two girls, they're like 14 and 13 or 14 and 15, one of the two. They're in the cave and they're like, man, our old father who tried to give us away to the rape mob so that the angels wouldn't be raped, he's such a good man. His spirit needs to carry on through a boy child. So instead of going and getting boys from the town down there, we're gonna get our father so drunk he doesn't remember having sex with us, but he still can perform and you know, we'll get pregnant. And the best thing is they know they're pregnant the next day. But still, they're having this conversation between the two of them. So who was taking notes? Who wrote down the conversation they had? And the multiple times where two people are talking to each other throughout the Bible, who wrote it all down? Were there little scribe fairies flying around, scribbling everything down as people said it? Is that how that works? I don't plan on you actually answering this question, but I'm going to keep asking it. Every time I read another one of your questions without answering my question, I'll just reiterate my question. He just doesn't know Islam for what it really is. I'm just trying to help out, but I guess he doesn't want to know. See, again, it's like that sort of nonsense. Why aren't you just saying what you need to say? Why are you playing little childish games? If you actually had something good to say, you would say it. It would be really simple. But instead, you're talking to, I guess, somebody. I don't even know who you're directly talking to, but okay. Don't feel bad if he's getting mine when he said, let's go, Brandon. And FJP just shows who he is. Let's go, Brandon. Oh, okay. He is confusing the story of the blind man and the leper. No, I'm not. Yes, because you're rambling about nothing. So, the Bible, religious stuff, the Jewish conspiracy, the Israeli genocide, the fake Trump shooting, those are just nothing. Okay, so why are you still here then? Look up Gnostic Christianity. It makes a lot more sense than the made-up Catholic version. The demiurge controls the fallen world, and Christ came to bring us back to the realm of the light. Seriously, when it comes to bullshit that supposedly happened a couple thousand, I don't care. Even if it was true, which it's not, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't have any value today. You know, those people supposedly had horses and buggies and shit. We fly in planes. They have no idea. Like, everything that happened in the Bible happens within like 100 square miles or some shit. It's nothing big. It's so silly. It's all just so silly. Can we get him some shampoo and a comb? Oh, I was waiting for it. I always wait for it. That's why I brought it up. Right? Because that's what it takes, is you can't actually come up with anything else. So I guess if I had combed hair, then you could make a decent point. Delusions, Jake, delusions. It's funny how she keeps talking to the people in the comments, but doesn't address me actually talking to her. Weird how that works. I heard your goddamn child cover. This woman who is saying that I'm bad because I'm not a Christian just said goddamn child. Are you kidding me? This is how stupid Christians are. And it always makes me laugh. Yep, you see what I mean? I think most people they don't believe what they say they believe. First of all, there's Timothy 12:1. Shall we read Timothy 12:1? Timothy 2:11. Sorry. Let a woman learn in silence with full submission. I permit no woman to teach or to have authority over a man. She is to keep silent. Funny how many Christian women aren't Christian when it comes to that part. Personally, I don't feel that way. I think women should have an equal opinion on things. But if you're a Christian, then you absolutely should shut the fuck up. And if you don't shut the fuck up, you're not a very good Christian, are you? It's because the message has been altered. Oh, but you know the truth. Oh, so the organization that gives it to us got it wrong, but you know what the truth is. That's why it doesn't make sense. That's why the Bible and the Torah is filled with contradictions, because humans have decided to tamper with God's words. Yeah. God didn't write the Bible. You know, that shit is not, it's not God. That's probably Sir Francis Bacon, the guy you think wrote Shakespeare, the guy that is actually who Shakespeare was. But yeah, you believe the Bible because that shit's real, right? Bible's real. Thomas Jefferson said, I don't give a shit. Thomas Jefferson probably didn't exist. Believe in your faith, but don't oppress your faith on others. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. If you have truth, if you have the truth on something, anything, if you know what you're saying to be the truth that could benefit humanity, you better tell everybody. You have an obligation to tell the rest of us whatever secret you have figured out. And if you're going to express yourself to people, you have to be willing to engage the argument. You have to be willing to hear from them, you know, their side. And I'm not saying believe it, but understand that people are going to have a difference of opinion, and you have to be willing to engage that opinion. Now, when it comes to the Bible and stuff, like I said, this is shit that supposedly happened a couple thousand years ago. It's not, it's, we can't prove it. We can't adjust it. We can't, we only know what we're told. So it's kind of foolish. I mean, is it possible that one of the two recorded their conversation by writing it down, and then Moses finds that and writes it down later? Not saying that's what happened, but I mean, it's possible. Yeah, I'm sure that's what happened. Like that, you really? There are plenty of times, again, there are plenty of times in the Bible where there are conversations being had. So the assumption is they just wrote it down and then somebody found it later. That's insane. Why are you all trying to debate a demon? Now I'm a demon. Wow. It's amazing how quickly you guys say the same stupid nonsense. You all say the same stupid shit every time. Now I'm a demon. See, this is when I say they argue their own narrative. There it is. She can't actually argue what I'm saying, so she's gonna tell herself that I'm a demon. If I'm a demon, then why are you still watching? These people are trying to argue with the demon, but you're watching and you keep commenting. For what?
Everybody get back. He has a long rifle.
Thank you.
My son just told me, he told me the cops told him up there. He has a long rifle.
Up there?
Okay.
Richard? Yeah, his name Richard.
Yeah, I don't need to be here. This is fucking stupid. Especially since I'm the one that called the cops on the guy. So, probably looking for me.
But it's not even like what is it? It's not even enough.
He thinks I'm a Christian. Huh? You say Christian things, people think you're a Christian. What's your faith? Preach gang. AB, I don't do structured religion, but I have faith. Again, so right there, you're somebody that's smart enough to see that it's all bullshit, but you're not brave enough to acknowledge that it's bullshit. Right? And you see that shit all the time with these fucking idiots. Right? You know it's bullshit, but you say, well, I don't believe in it because it's too contradictory and I don't want to follow the rules, like the one that says you should shut the fuck up because you're a female. You don't want to follow those rules. So you say shit like, well, I have faith just in my own arrogant version of it. I want to belong to the club, but I only want to believe my rules. I want to believe, my shit, the way I want to believe it. I don't care what the rules say. I don't like those rules. All of you meat eaters out there, your Bible clearly says you're not supposed to eat the animals. You're supposed to eat the seeds and the plants as your meat. The animals are supposed to be used for their work, their toil, but you're not supposed to eat them. But you guys don't care about that. That's what I mean. Most people that claim to be Christians, they're not. It's just bullshit. Damn, you speaking facts, I kind of like you. It's because I'm awesome. You should be here on a regular basis as we talk about these things every day. And you should get your free download. The link is in the description, but it's www.the-bilderberg-group.com. It's music about these same sorts of ideas and facts. Hey Christian, if your God is intelligent and powerful, can he create a rock on which God himself can't lift? Again, you have to understand that every view you've ever had in a porn where you've seen that like really close-up shot of like balls and all that nastiness, God has that view of children being raped. and does nothing about it. As far as all that, it's not about God not answering my prayers or the devil or some, nah. If there's really a God, and that God watches children get violated and does nothing, doesn't hand out the heart attacks or anything like that, I don't want to believe in that shit. That's not a God I'm interested in. Sorry. My wife is giving me up to date. There's a shooter right down the street. There's a fucking active shooter going on right now. And I'm not interested in tragedy and shit. It's not my deal, so I'm not down there. If the God in the Bible is real, he would follow the laws of logic. So no, he can't create a rock, he can't live because it would defy the laws of logic. Okay. What created God? Nothing. God created God. There's always been. Yeah. Okay, we're done. I love how like God people would be like, stupid atheists believe that something came from nothing. You believe that something came from nothing. You believe that God came from God. Come on. I only wanted to know what misrepresented idea you have of truth. Anyway, can I share? Of course you should share. Everyone should be sharing this. Come on, I've been telling you guys from the beginning, share it. And I'm not interested in you sharing it with people that are going to come here and tell me what a great job I'm doing. As much as I appreciate it, I'm much more interested in the people who disagree with me. So if you have people that are going to intelligently disagree with me, not like Crystal, then I'm all for it. Islam isn't complicated at all. It is the most straightforward religion and there's no sugarcoating. For every law ordained, there's wisdom behind it. No. No. What wisdom lies behind not treating your women equally? Now, I mean, this is from a guy who doesn't think women should be patrol officers and shit like that. Based on equality. Not for any other reason, but I'm saying, like, I'm all for equality. So, what's your reason? Oh, shit. Gunshot. Gunshots. Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm glad I'm not there. This guy's not a demon. He's just someone sharing his knowledge and opinions. If you don't like what he's saying, you can turn him off. But the thing about truth is sexy, right? Truth is not that you want to fuck it, but truth is something that you, once you see it, you can't turn away from it. You have to pay attention to it. I came across your live and I have a similar view, although I believe Hinduism is more logical and makes sense compared to Christianity. Sure, comparatively, maybe, but we don't need it. I think we should take all of the religions that exist right now and take all the good things that each one says and put them into one thing that's all encompassing, that includes everybody and doesn't discriminate. Holy shit, he is shooting up a motherfucker. Islam in Arabic means the submission to the will of God. Again, what kind of crazy nonsense is that? Why does everything have to be about submission? We don't need to submit. We need to realize our power. You know? The same God who gave Moses and Jesus the message, but after it had been tampered with, God sent the final message, which is now. Why couldn't God send the message in a way that was tamper-proof? He's fucking God. You realize how dumb that shit is? In the Bible, it says you can eat meat, but nothing with cloven foot, for it is dirty. No, it doesn't. It says use the seeds and the plants as your meat. You can work the animals to their fucking core, but don't eat them. It doesn't say anything about eating them. Those are dead bodies. You shouldn't eat dead bodies. Dead bodies are gross. It's a monotheistic religion. There is no middleman to get to talk to or connect to God. The main message is not to associate any partners with God. Those are flashbangs, apparently. Oh, here we go. I have seen Yeshua with my own eyes and was healed. I had served severe nerve damage and couldn't walk till and was healed. I can walk and do everything I couldn't before. Like, again, who's going to believe that? First of all, we have to believe you. Secondly, you could have done that. For all we know, you did that. That's not some God. That's you and your belief structure in your own head. What's up, G?
There's a little brown dog coming your way. You can try to catch it. It's friendly. It just ran out of that house.
What house? That house?
Yeah.
I'm not down here. I'm at our house.
I know. It's gonna go away.
Okay, well.
Little brown dog. If you catch him. It's friendly.
Okay.
All right, I love you.
Love you too. Catch some fucking dog. Great. AB, you're. How about this? How about Shaman Hash Trinamis? How come you didn't lead with that? Seems like that would be the thing you would lead with. AB, your book says the words of Allah cannot be corrupted. Your prophet also quotes the scripture. So, if the Bible has been corrupted, then your prophet was wrong, which means Islam is also false. Again, do you guys not understand how ridiculous it is to be fighting over something that's supposedly 2,000 years old? Do you know how fucking silly that is? For anyone to act like they got it figured out. This shit happened 2,000 years ago, but I got it figured out. Oh, he just got out of jail. My point is proven. I just got out of jail. Oh my God. So you left this feed to go try to look up my other videos to see what was said, but then didn't bother to actually watch the video? Boy, are you dumb. I highly encourage everyone to go watch those videos so you can find out what happened. Falsely arrested, charged with 3 felonies, but obviously didn't take. I couldn't walk for 5 months. I was in bed peeing in jugs. Get your strap, get them. Again, so what you're saying, right, is that somehow you prayed the right way, the loudest, the most, so that the God that could appear to a cop and show a cop where a child trafficking ring is based out of, a house that a child trafficking ring is based out of. Instead of that, or instead of, God appearing to a clergyman. So he suddenly realizes that he should no longer keep silent and that he is going to come out and expose his church. Instead of God ever appearing to someone like that, it's always somebody was hurt. And they somehow, again, they must have done something that God favored over the child that's cowering in a corner, you know, with a chain around their leg, praying over and over again to God to please help them, and God never shows up. Do you understand how arrogant religion is? Religion, like Christianity, is supposedly the absence of ego. But the reality is it's the incorporation of a false ego. If you believe the God that makes the universe work is focused on you, and again, ignoring all these children being violated, the level of arrogance you have is so fucking beyond anything I could think. I can't be that arrogant. I find that to be abhorrent behavior. But you think that's what's happening. Like, that's some fucked up shit, man. I like to put it like this to people. The Bible tells the story of someone that came to earth. One of his subjects, Lucifer, showed us we had free will and can do what the fuck we want. We were punished. Do you understand? Okay, so again, let's talk about that. So the whole thing that made God mad, right? First of all, that whole story is like, so omniscient, omnipresent, omnipowerful, knows the future front and back, blah, blah, blah. He somehow, like, he creates the Garden of Eden. I think of it as like a giant fish tank in the basement of some dude's house. Todd God. We'll call him Todd God. And it starts off with God's face moving along the deep. So he's looking around his fish tank. He suddenly decides that there should be land. So the first thing God does is build the impenetrable dome. Christians don't seem to like the flat earth, but that's the first thing God does is build the dome. And so then God and Adam, they laugh and they have fun. They create all the characters. Oh, what is this? Horsey. Okay, what's this? That's a horsey with stripes. That's a zebra. And that, you know, and they just create everything. So then eventually that gets fucking boring. Hey.
Do you guys know any information on that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody barricaded themselves in there?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. She's down there.
Yeah, I know. I gotta get him home, but I was gonna come back.
Come back.
Okay.
So the way they tell it, it's like God goes off to work or something every day and he comes back, because eventually Adam and Eve are sitting there and Eve is fucking like, somehow this talking snake is there. God doesn't, again, omnipresent, omnipowerful, omni-everything God. Somehow this talking snake makes its way in there. And again, didn't God make the snake? Or I guess the devil possesses the snake? Or I don't really know. But God's not there. And the devil is talking to Eve like, hey, you notice how you're naked? And Eve's like, no. And God's like, yeah. Or the devil's like, yeah, you know how you got all those flies around your private parts and shit? And Eve's like, no. And the snake's like, okay, just go take a bite of that tree. And Eve's like, but God said no. And the snake's like, trust me, you got fucking flies all around your coochie. It's nasty. And Eve's like, I guess. So Eve goes and takes a bite, and suddenly she realizes, holy shit, I'm naked. And somehow knows how to make clothes out of fucking leaves. I don't know how many of you can make a fucking nice bikini out of some leaves, but Eve knows how to do it. And she looks, she's like, oh my God, there are flies and all kinds of bugs around my coochie. That's nasty. That's why I've been so itchy. Oh shit, maggots and stuff. Oh, that's nasty. I need to cover this shit up. So she makes herself some leaf clothes. And she's like, Adam, you know what? I figured out why your butt's always so itchy, because you got flies and shit down there. And Adam's like, no, I don't. No. We just poop. And Eve's like, no, trust me, have a bite. So Adam takes a bite and he has that super reality moment, like Google Earth. And he's like, oh my God, I'm naked and my butt's all itchy because all those flies. Oh, I get it now, the flies. The bug, when we sleep on the ground, the bugs all crawling our asses and shit. Oh man, it makes so much sense now. So I guess they make Adam some clothes out of fucking leaves. And then God comes home from wherever he is. And he's got his briefcase and he's like, Adam, Eve, wherefore art thou? Because he doesn't know where they are. They're in the Garden of Eden and then they're hiding from him. And he's walking around like, where are you guys? And they don't know. He doesn't know. And he's getting mad. And finally Adam steps out from behind a bush. God didn't know he was there. And he pulls him out. And the first thing God goes is, oh, holy shit, you're not naked anymore. And they're like, yeah, we took a bite and the flies, it was gross. It was all itchy. That's why I had the big baboon ass, the baboon. Remember we had that good time? We were laughing and joking. I said, make a monkey with the ass hanging out, and you did it, remember? Well, that's what I was feeling like. I got the fucking red ass, and it's because I got flies and shit all in my asshole. You should know that. And God's like, no, I wanted naked toys. You guys get out of my fucking garden. And Eve, you're gonna be punished. You'll be dying. Lots of women will die. There's you and your children, I guess. I don't really know how you guys are gonna repopulate, but women from now on, they're all gonna have horrible childbirth experiences. Yeah, because you're not naked anymore. That's literally all it came down to. Adam and Eve weren't naked, and God was pissed. If you can tell me how I'm wrong, I'd love to hear it. I would love to hear it. Then you're not intelligent and not all-powerful. It was a paradox question. No, it's the Quran that says the Bible and the Torah has been corrupted. It's the Quran. Allah says the Quran was never corrupted. Well, McDonald's says McDonald's has the best cheeseburger. Yeah, no shit, McDonald's says McDonald's has the best cheeseburger. That doesn't mean it's the best cheeseburger, but of course McDonald's is going to say that. Come on, dude. And intelligent design requires an intelligent source. That doesn't mean it's an all-powerful, all-knowing, omnipresent, omni-everything God. I think it's much more likely that we are a much more advanced versions of us reality TV show, and we just don't know it. That actually answers all the questions, and it makes all of the sense. And every time we figure it out, there's a new reset. And that's why we have, the remnants of the old, because we figured it out, just like South Park said. Except South Park made it a joke where, the wrecking ball went, and that was just it. They know we all have that thought in our head. We all have that genetic memory of something. So they touch on that, but they do it in a silly way that you don't think it's possible. Be careful. What should I be careful with? Stay safe. I respect what you're doing here and the things you are saying. Appreciate it, Angie. Paradox questioning was designed by man to crush gods. Hinduism is a science, not a religion. It's the verdict sciences. God may be an extraterrestrial, to be honest. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't believe in a Earth flying through space. It's fucking stupid. It's such a fucking stupid thing that I'm embarrassed because I used to say, oh, you believe in the Bible? That's something that was written when people believed the earth was flat. So I used to be all against it. I used to think it was a terrible thing until I tried to debunk it. And then I realized I was in over my head and I'd been being lied to. But I absolutely don't think we live on a ball flying through space. That shit's ridiculous. AB, then if it's the case, your book says in the beginning the Word was with God and the Word was God. Your book also says Jesus is the Word, so regardless, it's false. But it's just dumb. You don't even need to do all of that. It's just dumb. Because he created you. No, My parents did. They had sex. Their parents had sex. Their parents had sex. So on and so forth. But the funny thing is, ask your grandfather about his grandfather. I bet he doesn't have a lot of information for you. Especially if you're my age. If your grandfather's still alive. Ask your grandparents about their grandparents. See what they say. You have zero power without God. The reason for different revelations being brought down is because humans evolve intellectually, socially, as well as culturally over time. Do you realize how silly religious people are when they respond to shit? Like, they don't even say anything of merit. They just say these sort of like pompous, well, let me say this big blanket statement that makes me sound intelligent. But it's really stupid. It's zero power without God. I haven't had God in my life ever, and I feel just fine, thank you. God lives in you, like I said. If God lived in me, then he would understand that he needs to stop all the children being violated by the church. Different revelations suited to the people receiving the message. Christian gods know everything and can see all possible futures and do anything. Me, how come people can still be damned if God wants everyone with him? How can you have free will and God's plan? If it's God's plan, then how is it free will? It's fucking stupid. It doesn't, they contradict each other. In real time, religion and science don't really know. Religion and science are the same thing. Science is religion. To some point, a lot of it can be shown and blah, blah, blah in front of you. But at some point, it turns into a religion that you have to believe people in goofy outfits that you never get to meet, that speak in languages that you don't really understand. They've said this is the truth, so you have to believe it's the truth, even if it doesn't fucking make any sense. It's okay, you've told me to share if I had anything good to say, and I tried. IDK, why? I just know what happened. I am not special. I'm just letting you know what happened. The arrogance is your own closed mind. The arrogance is my own closed mind because I don't believe what you believe. Isn't that funny how that works? You want me to believe that God of the universe that makes everything happen let you get so sick and nerve damaged in the first place, and then because you did something, what's the thing that you did that got God to do it? I'd love to know what that secret formula is. Because again, whatever you did, all the people being violated by the church should be doing the same thing. Because instead of helping children not get raped by the church members, little boys get raped all the time, God was worried about your nerve damage. Gotcha. Jesus said the truth at his time, and as time progressed, people have changed it. Simple as that. Are you an atheist? Yeah, I guess. I don't tend to go with the narratives that are given to me. I consider myself a guialist or a Gaianist, one of the two. But I lean more towards guialist because I think it's all bullshit. A thing which I don't see people talk about very often is how there are so many scientific inaccuracies in the Bible. One example which sticks out in my mind is how God first created plants. And only then was the sun, night or day was created. Yeah, the sun, night or day is created on the fourth day. So the way it works is God comes in and God turns, again, God Todd in his basement turns on the light in his basement. Then he's looking around. Then he builds the dome. Has the dome built over where he wants it in his little aquarium thing. It's all stupid. You can't have, it couldn't have been the fourth day that God did that if there weren't day and night to begin, if he didn't create day and night till the fourth day. You couldn't have had 4 days. Unless, of course, we look at it like time is a unit of measure. It's not actually a thing that has anything to do with the earth going around the sun and blah, blah, blah. The fact that there happens to be 24 hours in the day and it works out so perfectly That's well beyond fucking, that just happened to work out that way. Right? That's a mathematical unit of measure. That means that 1, 2, 3, 4, those are seconds. Seconds are like inches. Like there's 12 inches in a foot. There's 60 seconds in a minute. There's 60 minutes in an hour. There's 24 hours in a day. Just how it works. This is a unit of measure. This is not some crazy concept that can't be, quantified. It's measurement. Jesus preaches against Old Testament God in his Sermon on the Mount with his, "You have heard it said, but I say" speech. The idea that God fucked up, that there was an Old Testament that it was just too mean, so we had to make a New Testament. It's fucking silly. And as soon as you start going into the Tartaria stuff, and you realize that the Tartarian history is a lot more accurate, it just completely wipes out this fucking religious nonsense. Obviously, it's not true. Obviously. One religious woman said, "No religion is right or correct. You all fell from God's presence, his grace with the true religion." But that's Christianity. When you're talking about God as a solo character, the Judeo-Christians were the first ones to say God is a God. It's an all-knowing God. So when you're talking about falling from some grace and all that, that's just Christianity. You just don't like Christianity because it's so fucking crazy. Or Catholicism. You don't like that shit. It's so crazy, so you believe this way instead. This is a better way of believing for you. Have a good day, bro. You're obviously closed-minded, and I wish you the best. You have to knock for God to answer. So, that's like saying my children have to ask for food every day. Well, if you don't ask me for food, then you can't eat today, young son of mine. Why would God be such a fucking arrogant asshole piece of shit? Why would God need people to believe and worship him in order for you to get God's good love? It's such a fucking arrogant, white Christian male kind of concept. I wonder if the bad guy's running through the yard. So you're speaking as if Muslims have some hatred towards Jesus. Jesus, peace be upon him, was only a messenger like the other prophets. We love him and respect him more than you guys. That's actually true. It's actually true. Muslims have a better presentation of Jesus than Christians do. It's the Jews that actually, it's crazy that people think that the Jews are God's chosen people when the Jews are the ones that think very negatively about Jesus, think that Jesus wasn't the prophet, that Mary is boiling in a vat of semen, of boiling semen in hell for all of eternity. Shit's crazy. But it's all really stupid. That's the thing is, it's really stupid. I mean, seriously, you don't feel silly when you talk about religious shit? You feel like you're saying truthful stuff that in any other context you would be okay with it? Or do you feel like it's this, like there's a reason why you get so mad when people don't believe it, because it's too hard at that point. If somebody doesn't just believe the same bullshit you believe, you're not going to have a better explanation. You're not going to be able to make this shit sound right. You don't even know why you believe it. You just believe it because you were told to. Oh, look, I'm allowed to have another like again. That was really weird. Somehow we got up to 4 or 5 likes, and then they just gradually disappeared. Makes no sense. Where would they go? I know all those people that did like it earlier in the first, they're not still here. Speaking of Muslims, but yet he an image of old man for something that Alpha and the Omega sure in time doesn't exist or lives in zero time, looks old. Interesting. Wow. Whatever you're smoking, I want some, dude. You know the funny thing about zero? According to the narrative, the concept of zero wasn't a thing until, in the Western world, until at least the 1100s were around between the 11 and 1300s AD. They didn't have the concept of zero. Think about that. Think about how incredibly stupid that sounds. How can you do any sort of math without the concept of zero? But the reason they say that is because they say that Dionysus is who created the whole AD idea in 525 AD. Dionysus, some guy named Dionysus, just in some little Italian town somewhere, he decides that it's not the year that they thought it was. It's actually 525 BC. And that it goes back to 1 AD, and then there is no zero. It just goes from 1 AD to 1 BC. There's no zero. Zero wasn't initially thought of until like 620 something in India. But again, that concept didn't make it to the Western world until at least 1100. So they were building things without zero. They were able to build great structures that still somehow exist today, but they didn't have the concept of zero. Do you understand how crazy that is? AB, you guys, careful who you poop me into. I'm pointing out your book is wrong. Your book shows Jesus is God because it says Jesus is the Word and the Word is God. I like poop better. And ABI, ultimately, you don't care what you believe, but you can use your book as truth and then ignore the parts you don't like. You have to. That's the only way you could be a decent Christian in today's society. Bro, you are making things up. All offense. Who's making things up? I mean, Google is a thing, AB. You can look up the verses. Someone can't be a Muslim if they will cherry pick what they like and what they don't like. That's what everybody does. Come on now. Dude is a flat earther. It all makes sense now. I mean, again, I never understand why that seems to make people so upset. It's such a weird thing how arrogantly upset people who still believe in the globe get. It's one of those things where it's like, you must be mad at yourself for believing stupid stuff. But for you to get so mad because somebody not only thinks differently than you, but knows this shit better than you do, it really says a lot. Like most people that believe in the round earth, it's not because they've looked into the flat earth and they've just decided that none of it makes sense. It's impossible. Once you actually look into the points that are made, you realize you already had those questions to begin with. You just suppressed all that shit because you're not supposed to ask. But it just, the idea of the earth flying through space and all that shit is fucking stupid. It really is stupid. Wrong. Adam got into God mode and told Eve, suck, praise this, and play with my atoms, with my apples on a can. She got on her hand. Then blah, 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 blah. I've been providing context with verses. You have given me none. You're speaking out of ignorance of what the Quran actually says. Do you understand that using the Quran to prove the Quran is fucking stupid? It's like when Christians say that, you know, the Bible is true because the Bible says it's true. It's fucking dumb. And what's wrong with submitting to the will of Allah? Well, you don't know what Allah's will is, and that's fake nonsense. What are you submitting to? I don't understand what you're submitting to. The will of Allah. How do you know what the will of Allah is? Are you saying that if you get sick, you're not going to go to the doctor and have the doctor fix it because clearly Allah gave you whatever cancer or whatever it is and wanted to kill you, so you're going to let that shit happen, right? You have no evidence that the Quran is wrong because I guarantee you haven't read it for yourself. I don't blame you for thinking that way, honestly. You have no evidence for why it's real or why it's right. Literally nothing in it you can prove is right. and only like there'll be things that you'll try to twist and be like, well, the sun comes up every day, doesn't it? Yeah, because that's God's will, sure. Haran 339, and 400 days that Jesus is the Word of God. He is the Word, and the Word of God. I believe I read every word of the Haran. The Bible complex, agenda itself, and I don't really care what you believe, but you say the Quran is truth and then ignore parts you don't like. Same thing for Christians in the Bible. Talk about John verse 39. He is described as the prophet whom the prophet who would confirm the word of Allah, which is the main essence of Islam. God doesn't have a son. Okay, so again, you're saying that the book proves itself. Nothing else proves it, but the book proves it. I know you don't care, but don't speak ignorantly of what I know. Sure. Dude doesn't like religion, so he spends all his time looking into, thinking about, and talking about religion. What sense does that make? I love when people make that dumb argument. Like, that's what rules my society. That's what prevents people from if this country wasn't a Christian nation who thought that Jews were God's chosen people, what's happening, the genocide happening in Israel wouldn't be happening right now. We'd all be screaming that we're not okay with this, that the United States needs to stop funding this, supplying this, perpetuating this. If not for religion, we'd be much better. So you can't fix the problem without addressing the problem, you goof. Have you read what I said? It says that it confirms what was revealed in the Torah and the Gospel. Yeah, a bunch of shit. Again, the same 3 religious bullshit nonsense stories. Okay. They're the same fucking bullshit. They're all Jewish control schemes. The original scriptures have been changed, then the words of Allah have been corrupted, so false words. Well, they do say that the oldest known forms of the Quran say the exact same things that they say today. So I can't say that. No offense, but I can't keep spoon feeding you. I kid you not, every answer you are saying, but I have a limited word count. Oh, Jesus Christ. So stupid. So stupid. You can say that, but you can't say you can't say what is true. Show me something that's true. Show me something that only proves that the Quran is true. Allah is a fucking joke. Allah doesn't exist. Muhammad is a clown. Jesus is a fucking clown. It's all fake. God doesn't exist. Whatever. Where's my lightning strikes? It's not Quran. It's Quran. But hey, it's actually it's Quran. That's how you say it. But go ahead. Keep saying it's Quran. Okay. Doesn't answer any of the questions, though. This is how this always works. I'm telling you. This is how this always works with religious people. And it's so telling. It's you don't actually have any reality-based belief. Your sole belief is some bullshit you were told to believe happened long before anyone can actually prove it. Like, it's all just fucking nonsense. And it's outdated bullshit used to keep people in control and keep people from fucking speaking out. What are you expecting? A tree to fall on you so you can believe what I'm saying? You just don't want to accept logic, but rather magic. I mean, this is that weird arrogance that Islam usually has. I do have to admit there's the subtle differences in the two, but this weird form of arrogance that, like, again, they only argue their own thing. You're not actually saying anything. You're like a trumpet. You keep saying you're saying something, but you're not actually saying anything. Same thing, Alex Jones does that. Alex Jones likes to tell you that he's going to tell you something. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna show you that this is gonna have. I got information. I got all kinds of papers. And he just keeps saying it, but then he doesn't actually say what it is. Or if he does, it's like right at the tail end. I don't know what you're expecting from me. Give me some proof that your shit is real. That the Quran, that Islam is real. What makes you believe that all that shit is real? You think a bunch of people going in a fucking circle around a big fucking box that has a meteorite in it, you think that was God's plan for everybody? Who decided all that shit? Who decided all the little rules and all that little stuff? How did all that happen? Okay, so I want people to stop what they're doing, get out their little mat, wash their feet, and pray towards Mecca 6 times a day. That's what needs to happen. If people don't do that, then they're not a good religious person. Like what? Who came up with such unbelievable stupid shit? Why would people have to stop what they're doing 6 times a day and pray towards fucking Mecca? That's so stupid. Why would a God want anybody to do that? Why would a God want people to go through long periods of starvation to show their devotion? Oh yeah? You believe in me? Well, you don't get to eat for a week. That'll show you. Like, what? Why is that? It's so stupid. It's so stupid. You know, you literally have nothing to base your claims on. You just will keep saying, well, the book says, well, what else is there? What shows you that that shit's correct? Why do you choose to believe in that story? You got to believe that you're some sort of subservient, submissive, peasant, little nothing piece of shit, because that's what you are. You're a nothing. Quran, verse 86:6. Does this contradict actual proven science or not? Because it looks like it does. Does that make the Quran false? The Quran's false because it's just bullshit. I want to know what part makes it true. Why is that so hard? You would think with all the concessions and shit that religion gets across the world, they get their own fucking Vatican countries, they get Israel, they get all these kings and queens and blah, blah, all this bullshit because of religion. This huge pedophile network gets overlooked because of religion. So you would think when I go, okay, well, why? What in this world exists only because of religion and it's a good thing? I can think of bad things that only exist because of religion. But there's nothing that I can think of that if we got rid of religion, we would lose that good thing. And that list should be a fucking mile long. There should be all sorts of good things only associated with religion. For what they get, tax-free organizations and all that power, all that control. And yet you can't seemingly point to any fucking thing that they provide us that nothing else can. It's weird. When people say, God bless America, God bless Russia, God bless blah, 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 I think George Carlin said something to the effect, do these people really think God is sitting around and picking his favorite countries? It's so dumb. It's so arrogantly stupid. God bless this country and usually when they say that country is doing something really shitty. You got soldiers writing God bless America on bombs being dropped on civilians. Yeah, that fucking makes sense. In Arabic, it is written in a unique and beautiful way that no one else can copy or give verse like it. Historical context, transmission, and memorization, a million of people in memory. How does that prove its existence to be true? Like, Why is this so difficult? Scientific accuracy that aligns with modern scientific discoveries suggests that the knowledge contained within the Quran could not have been known at the time of its revelation. That is the dumbest. That's not proof. You can't even like what science said that. What are you quoting here? What article are you talking about? I bet it was written by a Muslim, and I bet it doesn't say anything of the sort. But even then, that's not provable. That's not something that you can point to and say, this is a thing. Oh, so it's just translated wrong in other language. Sounds kind of like it's been corrupted, but wait, that's not possible. Yeah, don't say that. Consistency and preservation. It's been 1,400 years and it's been preserved in its original language, Arabic, without any alterations to its text. That doesn't mean it's true. You're just desperate at this point. You would think you would have more things to point to as to why your shit is true, why you believe what you, but no, well, I believe it because it's the same story. It's been for the longest time. Supposedly, for 1,400, you believe it's 1,400. Well, the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yeah, the Dead Sea Scrolls, they just happened to find when they needed to find them. And you've seen the Dead Sea Scrolls. You've used your magical Scantron super analyzer scope bajographer to scan the thing and make sure, oh, well, it's my Scantron device says this thing is from 2,000 years ago. So, yep, it's on point. You have that, right? Or is that not you just trusting science at that point? Because science is who's telling you that. And it's not even really science, it's more media. The media is telling you this. But hey, you don't like that part. It's okay. That doesn't prove anything. Literally, that's just silly. How come, if any of them were right, Dick Gregory says it. If it's good, you don't have to force it on people. They'll steal it. If it's good enough, people will steal it. You don't have to whip people. You don't have to threaten people that if they don't believe it, they'll get hands chopped off, fingers chopped off. You definitely don't have to mutilate vaginas. Go all Wahhabi style and mutilate vaginas. But hey, look, they're allowing women to drive as long as a man is with them and it's not nighttime. Look how progressive they are. Look at that. Yeah, they're taking little girls and cutting their clitorises off with fucking cleavers out in tents somewhere. But hey, that's okay. You guys are dumb enough to circumcise your boys, right? It's funny, do Christians know why why we have the relationship with God that we have? Do Christians know that the only reason, according to the Bible, that God doesn't destroy the earth again and never will is as long as we keep circumcising little boys? God is really big on us putting our little boys through horrendous trauma within hours of birth if they're Goyim. If they're Jews, then there's a nice little party and they've been alive for like 6 days or some shit like that, 7 days. Their family's all there, love, all this shit. But when it's us Goyim, it's an unbelievably horrific fucking, it's so disgusting. If people knew what circumcision actually was, they would never allow their children to be circumcised. It's so horrendous, but in association with the rainbow, so God's going to keep showing us the rainbow as a sign that he's seeing that we're keep cutting all those baby dicks. At least, we're not the Jews who then suck on the baby dick, because that's fucking gross, and they do. You can find lots of accounts of it on YouTube. Just look it up. Just break away real quick and go look it up. Look up Moyle sucks baby. You don't even have to go that far, but just trust me. You'd be disgusted by what you find. But nobody has a problem with that. Everybody has a problem with the Muslims chopping the little girls up. With the fact that here in the United States, Jews are literally chopping up little baby boys' dicks and then putting their mouth on it. Yeah, we don't care about that. Oh, I just lost another like. Really weird how that's happening. Am I going to lose the other two before I gain any more? Well, let's see what happens. Gosh, it's strange. AB, you got surprisingly quiet suddenly. I'm sorry, what you accept to be proof isn't proof. But I need more than nonsense. It's nonsense. This is, at the end of the day, this is all about everybody living a much better existence than they already do. I want everybody to live a good. I'm what I call true selfish, right? Truly selfish. And I think if everybody was truly selfish, the world would be a much better place. And by truly selfish, I mean I want myself, my wife, my children, the people I love, to live the happiest, healthiest, safest life they can possibly live. And the only way that can happen is if everyone else is living the healthiest, happiest, safest life they can live. That's what we should all be trying to accomplish. The happiest, healthiest, safest lives for everyone. Because, 90% of crime is necessity, 70%, whatever it is. It's necessity. People commit crimes because they don't have what they need. Whatever it may not be something you think someone needs, but because people don't have access to what they need, the majority of crime takes place. And until we handle, people's needs, not everyone should have to work 40, 50, 60 hours a week just to exist. You literally pay to live. You can't live in this world without paying. Or you can, but it's a really horrible existence. And none of those churches are going to help you. That's for damn sure. This is we deserve better than what we have. We deserve better. The goyim, the average everyday person. We deserve better than a Trump-Biden choice. We deserve better than to know that our tax dollars are funding fucking genocide while people can't eat. People are getting their electricity cut off, their water cut off, while large corporations are delinquent on water bills and then the hundreds of thousands. Let you be a couple of $100 down and they shut your shit off. And they don't offer you any sort of reprise. You just got to somehow come up with some fucking money that if you could have paid it to begin with, you would have. It's not like you're sitting on a whole shit ton of money that you're just like, whoa, I'm not paying my light bill. Nah, you don't pay it because you're trying to decide on whether you're going to fucking buy food or you're going to pay for the lights. You don't have anybody to borrow from, whatever it may be. We deserve better than this. We have the means, the technology, and the resources for everybody on this planet to live a really, really good life without everyone having to work. And if we did all have to work, if it was we have to work to show our contribution, then why can't everybody just work 3 hours a day, 4 days a week? Production would skyrocket. Morale would skyrocket. the economy would skyrocket because there wouldn't be people poor. You know, obviously those 3 hours is still going to get you the same amount of money, if money is even a thing. Why do we have money? Do you know how stupid that is? Why isn't contribution? Why isn't what you can contribute to the world what your value is based on? And how do we know that contribution, like again, if you're that fat fuck who saves the kid from falling, your contribution is just as good as the kid's. If you're the best friend that keeps the Nobel Prize winner from killing himself at some point, you know, from being lonely, you're that best friend that believed in that person. You're the parent of the next guy that cures this or cures that. Who's to say your fucking purpose, your value is less than somebody else's? Instead, we're under this oppressive Jewish-controlled system. We all know it exists. We all talk about it when we're joking, but as soon as it's time to get serious and let's fix what's going wrong, because everybody does nothing but complain about what's wrong with our society. We all see what's wrong with our society all the time, and yet we don't talk about it. Because as soon as we get to that point, we're told we're not allowed to talk about it. You're not allowed to say those things. Not that those things are wrong. You're just not allowed to say those things. You're not allowed to say that there's a Jewish conspiracy. When you look at what Kanye did, right? Again, Kanye was doing his job. He was doing what he was told. We only know about what Kanye said because the Jewish media made such a big deal out of it. Nobody follows Kanye that so much that they're gonna his tweets and say, oh, Kanye tweeted DEFCON 3. Hey, I give a shit. Like, nobody gives a shit about what Kanye says. But Kanye, he was an example for all of us. He made a vague, stupid threat. I'm gonna go DEFCON 3 on the Jews. That means nothing. But he made a threat. He said he can say whatever he wants about Jews. And he said that that all people in Hollywood have Jews in their contracts. He exposed the conspiracy. And nobody ever denied what he said. They just said he wasn't allowed to say it. Just like if you repeat the things, they'll say you're not allowed to say it. Not that you're wrong. Just like if you talk about the 40,000 people, the genocide of 40,000 people that's happening right now, they're not going to deny that it's happening. They're just going to tell you you're not allowed to talk about it. You're not allowed to say that it has to do with the Jews. You have Jews like Michael Rappaport, John Lovitz, Jerry Seinfeld, all coming out and attaching being Jewish to what's happening in Israel. While you have the students saying that, you know, it's not about being Jewish, it's about Israel and their genocide. It's the Jews that are attaching themselves to the genocide and saying that if the protests are against Israel, then they're against Judaism themselves. That should wake you up. They're telling you the truth. They're telling you the truth, that's how they feel. Michael Rappaport releasing the video. If you hate Jews and you're scared to say it, say Zionist. If you hate Jews and you're afraid to show it, say Zionist. Singing this stupid song, then laughing maniacally while he shows that he's on some balcony in Israel. I'm not afraid. I'm absolutely not afraid to show my anti-Semitism. I'm proud of my anti-Semitism. I will debate any Jew anywhere about why they think their beliefs should trump mine. Why I should give a shit about their beliefs. Why I'm wrong in what I think and say. I would love to hear from any Jew ever. There was a couple that sort of came on, but they really didn't want to identify too well, and they basically just said nonsense earlier. But, you know, I think everything that exists is basically a distraction. Vaccines, the Trump Biden bullshit, the transgender stuff, even the pedophile stuff in the church. These are all distractions. And what I mean by distraction is there's something to take our energy and our focus away from something else. And the truth is, unless we overthrow the Jews that control our perception, then all of those things, they continue to be distractions. Because we can't fix any of those things. What's up, dude? Yeah. Oh yeah, it's gonna be. Oh yeah. Well, I'm staying away because he's probably looking for me. I'm the one that called the cops on him. So. Me and Nate were out walking, and no, a couple days ago, and like halfway up my sidewalk, there was a purse sitting on that guy's property. So I went over to it, like I'm gonna go knock on the door and like, hey, you left your purse outside or something. And I look and there's fucking needles everywhere. They're like strewn all over the ground. There's a big burnt spoon on the ground, and there's fucking, and I grab the purse and I put it on the porch and knock on the door, and I knock, and finally this guy comes out, this Indian guy comes out the side, and he's like, I don't know, it's the landlord, I don't know. And I guess like 4 couples live there, or some 4 different people live there. It's like I don't know, it's not much bigger than this, so I don't know how the fuck 4 people live there, but 4 different people, like 4 apartments. And he said that him and the landlord and his girl were fighting all night or some shit. And I talked to the neighbor later. I guess they called the cops because he had used the rifle that he's using now. He had hit her in the shoulder with it or something. I don't know. But the needles were fucking everywhere. I looked in the bag to see if there was an ID, and there was a Xanax bar in a plastic bag. So I just shoved the shit back in there, and I called the cops, man. I'm not having fucking needles and shit. There's kids all over the place. So I called the cops, and they ended up showing up and took the shit. And that was like 4 days ago. So now it's this. So I'm staying the fuck away, because if he has a long range rifle, I stand out. He's looking for my ass. Fuck that. Crazy. This shit'll be all over the news. This shit'll be on the national news and shit. Some guy got he was a Trump supporter, and almost. Anyway. Yep, that was a good one. Yeah, shit's crazy. Shit's crazy. It's interesting how the comments just suddenly. Why would there was multiple people talking? Why would multiple people suddenly stop commenting? It's weird. Anyway, as I said from the beginning, where are all the cell phone videos? Huh? Did I get one? No. No. We borrow theirs. I'll see if they probably won't care. All right. 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 I hear you. Yeah, we need to cut ours. Anyway, I'm gonna bounce. I appreciate all of you that have been here and came in here. And everybody should go get their free download, www.the-bilderberg.group.com. The link is in the fucking description. I highly suggest you go get it, listen to it. It's good stuff. Make you think. Things that make you go, And I'll be back. I do this a lot. So if I get booted here, there's other ways. You can catch me at Team Goyim, Instagram.com/Team Goyim, or Facebook.com/The Bilderberg Group, BILDERBERG Group Official. They really like shutting me down, so it is what it is. And I appreciate you guys being here, as always.
fuck Israel and pedophiles, kill yourself.